Hello everybody. Hi. How's everybody doing? We're here. We're back. It's us. Hi there.
I'm here too.
Oh, so many first-time chatters showed up all at once. Hi everybody. Hey, real quick. It doesn't fit into the normal view, but I want to scroll up here because my mom and my wife for my birthday got me the second box set of One Piece. So my One Piece shrine above my corkboard is a little bit bigger now, and I have box set 2 of the manga up there, which I'm very happy about. Looks great. Now I have 2 shelves of One Piece manga. By the time I have all of One Piece, I'm gonna have like fucking 4 shelves. Oh god, I gotta trying to stop cursing. Trying my best. It's gonna be hard.
I just can't even imagine you trying to stop cursing. It blows my mind.
I don't like that cursing is falling out of favor. I like cursing. It's falling out of fashion. The boy's been given pets by chat.
Pets the boy.
Who is that good little guy?
And it's somebody's birthday.
Oh no, they're saying happy. I said you got it for me for my birthday. That's why they're saying it, I think.
It's not your birthday anymore.
No, it's been a while. So, how are you doing today?
I am doing excellent. Your dog's sister is crazy.
Yeah, we have the family of dogs for people who don't know. So Bellamy, who shows up on chat, my mom has Bellamy's sister Lily, and right now Mama Drock is at our family cabin for a work bee, helping everybody work on stuff there, and Lily has access to the recording room in a way that she doesn't normally.
Lily is a part of the recording room today, and she's bringing me a squeezy ball every 3 seconds.
That's, I think, specifically recommended audio quality.
I actually looked it up. That's why I invited her and her squeezy ball. It said that it's really important when doing a show to bring your dog in a squeezy ball.
Oh, I see someone in chat say that they have their manga with them so that they can read along with you and take a look at what you're talking about. That's really awesome.
That's an awesome idea. I love that.
All right. Do you want to jump into it, or we have a hype train, but I didn't notice the subs being gifted. It went so fast. Where are the subs? I need to scroll up and see them. Wearylog subscribed at tier 1. This is our 2nd month subscribing. Thank you so much. That means a ton to come back. Randomly Greener a while ago got me to give a treat to the boy, and I missed it. I can't even go high enough to the through chat to find the subs, unfortunately. I still haven't set up that thing to let me know who subbed and when. Good babe. Yeah, you are. Okay. So right now I'm going to be working on composition for a while because it's a complicated one, but I figure this will be a longer conversation.
Somebody had a really good idea in our book chat in Discord. You know, the one where it is the original one of the 2 best buddies cheersing. And they said it would be good to do one with a wiper and Nolan.
I saw that.
That was Red Potato, and I thought that was a really cool idea. That would be a really cool future thing.
Look, if we go long enough that even this collage is fully finished and I just need something else to do, I might just do that.
Oh, yeah, there you are, Red Potato. Yeah, we thought that looked really cool.
Oh,
man. Listen to this person.
Yeah, that's Azzy.
That's the Azzy.
That's my wife. Has saved up enough points to get me to delete my art at any point. So anytime in the future, she can now pull the trigger and make me delete a large section of my artwork.
Absolutely terrifying.
Hey, Omoral subscribed at tier 1. This is your 2nd month. Thank you so much. It gets mentioned every stream. I am not putting it in the YouTube videos because it's good for engagement. Haha. We are not going to be talking about G8 until we finished this section. So when we reach the next break, I'll be watching G8 with my mom, but we're not taking a break from the manga to watch it the way that a lot of React channels do, because I think this is about the manga, what we're doing, and I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm way less hype about G8 than most people. Matt Hatter 123 is gifting a sub to the community. Thank you so much. That means a ton.
That's awesome. Yeah, you didn't mention the G8. Tons of people have mentioned it.
Everybody.
And in our book chat, it's nonstop. People are like, when is she reading G8? When is
or not reading, it's watching. It's an anime filler.
Okay, and so I don't understand. So can you explain it to me a little bit?
Okay, so the way that the One Piece anime is published is they make an episode a week. And because they have a huge staff to work with, and they work over everything for a long period of time, one person needing a week off doesn't delay it. Like, they can rotate through and keep making it weekly the way One Piece is without taking breaks, whereas Oda needs breaks every once in a while. So they will eventually catch up if they don't take some breaks from moving forwards. And in that, you could either make the pacing much worse, which they also do, or add in filler. One Piece used to have a lot more filler than it does now, instead of just slowing it down. So there's a lot of sections of anime-only material that are written by anime writers who... The issue is with a lot of anime filler that you need it to start and end in the same place, so you can't move things forward. Honestly, One Piece is kind of situated perfectly for good filler to exist, which is wild, because despite that, there's very little good filler, where anytime between an island, you can just have people show up and then leave and have a little adventure on the island, and it's fine. And I think there is actually some good filler that does that. I don't think any of it is a must-see. It's not as good as One Piece, but G8 has a soft spot in people's hearts because it is far better than any other filler. It's well written, it's a fun little adventure. I just don't think it's worth, like, taking a break from the manga necessarily to focus on.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch it because, first of all, if anything is controversial, I'm in.
Oh, it's not controversial. Me not liking it as much as other people is the only controversial part.
That's what I meant. That if some people like it more and some people like it less, I'm in right away.
I'm the only person I know who doesn't.
Somebody else like on here, somebody said, it's overhyped. Another person said, not that great. Then a bunch of people were like, it's fantastic. I
felt like I'm fully alone and just being like, it's okay. It's like good by filler standards for sure.
Yeah, I like it when people have different ideas. I love wading into that. And then also, if it means a lot to some people and they think it's worth watching, but plus I'm reading everything. So every chance I get to see a little bit of the anime kind of feels really special.
All right. I still think we should go right into Long Ring Longland next. And when we do our next, like, in between where we take a little time off to let it digest, I think we should watch G8 and just acknowledge in canon it happens right after Skypiea.
Right after Skypiea, okay.
Well, not in canon, in filler canon. That's where it's situated.
And before or after Sea Monkeys in a Wave?
Before.
Okay.
So you have already, by reading ahead, passed G8.
How dare? You don't know I read ahead.
You explicitly told me that you've read to 307.
308.
You read another one? You read another one since last time?
In my defense.
Uh-huh. Oh, we're getting right into this is the start of the YouTube video, apparently.
In my defense, I had just fallen from heaven, and I was in a bit of a funk. And so I needed to stretch my legs.
Oh, of course.
And so I walked around for a while on a long land.
You know what? People want a live reading of your most recent chapter. How do you feel about doing a live reading of 309?
Well, I don't think 309 would be fair because there's a lot of people who aren't caught up to
You're right. So would we go back and read 304?
I guess 304 we would read if people were into it.
That would be a reread. And this is confusing to decide. We'll decide when we get there if we have time.
Yeah. Anyway,
Look, guys, I'm not shocked she read ahead. I'm shocked she read ahead again in the hour since we last spoke. That's the shocking part. Not that she read ahead. That's nothing. That's expected. It's been an hour since we last talked, and it was 307, and now it's 308.
I had time. I was trying not to read ahead, and then I was like, oh, I just wanted to check something, and then I was like, oh, what an awkward place to end. I was going to peek ahead a little bit.
Of course.
I'm just gonna do a little chopper moment and put my head around this corner, see what happens.
So if we want to get started, because our hype, I think we usually start when the hype train's over. Today, I think was only a level 2 or level 1 hype train, a little bit of a smaller hype train. That's okay. It's gonna be that way
Excellent
sometimes.
hype train, hyped up.
Oh, but we still have people like Yuri subscribing with Prime. Thank you so much. By the way, if anyone wants to say moment, it requires the commitment of tier 3 sub, but there is an ent emote as well as the new mom emote, so you can say moment with an emote, but it takes 2 emotes and it's only for tier 3 subs. We want that to be hard to do so that we don't get spammed with moments every time one of us says it.
We're not gonna lie. I was watching and you're a big momenter as well.
I am less so, but since you have pointed out you're doing it, I've noticed myself doing it, especially during edits, and I'm like, oh fuck, that word do come up a lot.
Yeah, but how else do you say something when you're talking about like a specific section of time?
There's words we could use. You don't.
Are any of them as good as moment? No.
I am nearly a licensed poet. I think I would lose my privilege as poet if I gave in and said it's impossible to use other words to say stuff.
I cannot tell you how much I think you need to get something for your wallet that says licensed poet.
Once I graduate, we're come June, I'm gonna get the licensed poet badge. I'll have a certificate. I'll have my name on it and the cool sunglasses.
Make yourself a little character.
Oh boy. So I think if we're jumping into it, right?
Yeah.
We have everybody. Okay. Are we gonna jump into it now?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say hi to France.
Okay, you said hi to France. Hi, France. How's France doing? Love y'all over there. I think
Well, there's a person who said hi from France. I saw your series a few weeks ago and I'm addicted. And that is Read Soul. And I was like, oh, hi to France.
I actually had a conversation with someone I know from France the other day about all the really bad shit France is doing right now. So I've had a French person recently complain to me about France.
I like that we have a high Quebec and a high France going on together. They should hang out. They won't like each other as much as they think, but
okay.
They should hang out anyway.
Wouldn't. Okay, this is so off topic, but I was just thinking today at the dog park. There's this couple, and fucking both of them, insanely gorgeous couple, and they show up to the dog park pretty often with their cute dog. And I was just thinking about how in France you're kind of frowned on if you wear like sweatpants or leggings, and it's for just daily wear instead of exercise. And I realized I have never seen people wear sweatpants and leggings as much as the Quebecois couple who come to the dog park often. Like, I don't think I've seen that dude in pants other than sweatpants, and I've not seen that woman in pants other than leggings and sweatpants. Like, Quebec and France have a very different culture at this point.
I was talking to somebody who studies languages who was talking about the etymology of French language in Canada. And because we had people move over here from France in the 17th century, that we kind of have even a more stuck in time French, and then added to it a bunch of indigenous colloquialisms and Englishes and all sorts of things. So we had some kids from Lyon in our school recently, quite a few of them, and they were saying like it was fascinating to hear the French language through a Canadian lens. It absolutely fascinated them.
Okay, not gonna lie, the composition I've settled on is actually gonna be really fucking cool. I found it basically by accident, just doing some squiggles, and the shapes were, ooh, this is shapey. This is some good shit. I gotta stop cursing!
Did you just say shapey? And quit saying shit.
Okay, shapey, that's a thing that artists say. That is artists speak. Artists know what I'm talking about.
I love shapey. Shapey's amazing.
But also, this composition's gonna be good.
That's amazing.
Ooh, wow. Subscribe to Tier 1, Fabled Noodle, and they've said, this is the first time chat, and to subscribe. Oh my god. Super happy to be part of this community. Did have one question you may have answered already. Will we watch G8? Okay, we answered it earlier. We are going to, but I don't feel like we should take a break from the manga too, so it's going to be, we're going to go back to G8 when we've reached the next break point where we take a couple weeks off. That's the plan.
Give Bellamy a treat.
Okay. Bellamy, it's treat time.
You should bring one over here for Lily too, so
Not
she can
every
quit
artist
squeaking her
says
squeaky
shapey.
toy.
I know a lot of artists who say shapey though. Good treat for Bellamy. Come here, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. I just got rejected. I wanted him to come further onto the camera, so I asked to get a kiss, and he just like looked at me, looked away, and slowly backed away from my hand and went to the ground. Oh, you want pet? Bellamy, pets for you. People want me to pet you. He's actually grumpy. I've called him over for pets because he's wrestling with the cat right now. And he's like, let me go fight. The cat's right there. Actually, here's something interesting. I haven't, have you read about Cortez? We'll get into that, I guess. Something interesting. I can't recommend movies to Mama Drock, but I think we should watch the movies together once you're caught up, because I've only seen two of the one, no, I think only one Piece movie. There's literally only one Piece movie I've seen, and there's some that people say are really, really good, and some that people say are really, really bad.
And they wouldn't spoil ahead?
No, well, I think once we catch up, because some of them would incidentally, they are non-canon, but they would spoil things. So I think it's once we catch up, we should watch them together.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Well, I didn't even know until recently that there were One Piece movies that were kind of outside of the manga. So I thought that was... It's a super common way to make extra money off of a popular property in Japan. Yeah, well, no, I don't blame them. I'm just saying, I was like, oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. There's some good ones, apparently. I've heard great things about Film Z, which is one of the ones not the one I've seen, basically. It's not the singular movie I've seen. Not surprising, since there's like 16 of them and I've seen one. So, are we jumping into it now? We're ready? We're good?
I think we really took some time. I mean, we're not as smooth brain as last time, but we've taken the time. It's time to move on.
No, we're not smooth brain. We have the energy. We have the enthusiasm. We just also have bookkeeping, checking in with chat, seeing how people are doing, talking about Quebecois people and how they wear sweatpants. Okay. I think this part of Skypiea, I think we actually did find eventually the right stopping point, because I think this starts us in such an incredible place, because in the entire series, I don't think there is a more tense scene than the end of the survival games where everyone's staring down Eneru. Like, it's scary. It's so intense, and like, it's like a thriller movie level of tension, because at this point, you don't feel like anything or anyone can hurt this bastard.
Well, I did, because
you felt like one person could, yes. But that's not one of the people staring him down.
No, but Luffy was rubber and could be incredibly dumb.
Which I did really like you predicting, the Gum Gum Airhead.
Because it's a gift to the world, his dumbness. Oh, there's a rainbow outside.
Oh yeah, we had a really beautiful rainbow here earlier.
Yeah, I won't apologize for breaking for rainbows. Yeah, I agree. And that final scene with the four of them just standing there pointing out at it and being like, we're not going with you. And I want to point out that when I was reading it and Robin just has her arm up, and I was like, such a flex. Yeah, I don't need a weapon. I'm Robin.
I mean, for what it's worth, Robin is a goddamn weapon. Robin...
Exactly.
YouTube is goddamn a swear? I have to be allowed that one, right, YouTube?
No one knows.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a lovely thing to do. Thank you so much.
Marco. Hey, Saintly Marco. If Saintly Marco just gifted 10 subs, which is incredible, but also Saintly Marco, if you have interest in Marco, I feel like you should encourage people to do as you did and sub to the YouTube channel to get me to dye my hair like a pineapple. A certain pineapple man.
We super appreciate that. And so does everyone who just got subbed.
You know what? I don't think... Fuck. Shit.
You just swore.
I'm so hard. All right. I think I am accepting ticking up the spoiler counter right now, the not a spoiler counter, which I've gone episodes without, to tell you there is a character in the future with my haircut, and their name is Marco, because Saintly Marco, being a saint here, has given me an opportunity by gifting all these subs to remind you, sub on YouTube. Once we hit 50,000 subs, if we do it by the time Marco is a relevant character, I will dye my hair and dress up as Marco. I'll go out of my way. At the moment, I do closet cosplay, where if I have something that'll fit, I'll do it, and if I don't, I don't. But I will go out of my way to buy stuff to be Marco.
I actually can't wait to see that. I really hope you look like a pineapple. I'm just saying that if you do look like a pineapple, I may or may not make that a time to do family portraits.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I won't tell you more than that, other than pineapple named Marco, because of this person with my haircut.
Come the hell on. Family portraits with pineapple head.
Oh my god, that's so many subs. Oh, nondescript PCH gets to spam the crying emote with gratefulness, all because of Saintly Marco.
Aww.
And an anonymous gifter gave another sub. I think I also missed another one. They just move so fast. Chat, you're too powerful.
And I love the crying face being used for beautiful deeds. Aww. Here we go. Ready to rock and roll.
We're ready.
You guys all rock. I'm not going to lie. Being in this community is just nothing but crying mama drock emoji. Okay, so we never talk about it. We don't have a good way to do it. We've kind of sucked in the past at how we talk about the covers of each one of the chapters. We kind of
do we start? Maybe we start with them and get it out of the way with. I don't. What do we do? What? I feel like if we can remember, I feel like before corkboard's the best time, but we never do.
We never do, and we're tired then.
What about?
And we never talked about Wapple eating his damn way through the world, but. Now I'd have to go back and like wapple it up. I'm wondering, and hear me out on this.
It's Wapple. Do you have to? Do you feel like you need to talk about Wapple?
Okay. Not like he's Pearl, but yeah. I wonder if we should do an episode where we just talk about
yeah. What if when we take a week off, we talk about the same? What if? Because there's some really good cover stories before then that I really want to talk about. Like some of my, I think my 2 favorite cover stories are going to be before our next break. How about the next time we do a break, we do the tier list stream, but we also do a quick conversation where we talk about the G8 filler arc and we talk about cover stories.
Yes.
Someone said there's 6 movies worth watching. I honestly, we're not a challenge YouTube. There's 6 movies worth watching. Not just 6 movies. There's like 16 movies. We're not like a media challenge stream. Like, we're not watching things for the sake of suffering. We're watching things to enjoy them. I would honestly be fine with just watching the ones people say are good to talk about when we catch up, instead of watching all of them for the sake of it.
I would agree.
Like, I don't want to watch bad media with the Straw Hats.
Okay, so we have a couple of things. We'll talk about watching the movies later when I'm caught up, so I don't get wasted and on them, and then we will do a stream where we just talk about cover stories. And I look forward to that, because my great good kid Ace is here rocking it out, and I don't want to miss out on his amazing cover stories, so I just want to make sure we have a place to talk about them before I move on.
Awesome. See, I think we will set aside some time to do that, because I think it's hard to fit them into these, but I think they do deserve talking about.
Okay, here we go then.
Here we go.
All right, people. This is the real starting of starting.
The real starting. So we have the incredibly tense stare down at where we've left off, where the survivors in the survival game are staring at Eneru and all being little badasses by just saying, no, you know what? We're not going to bow down to the kami. We're going to try to fight you. Even though my man's made of lightning. What are you doing against an Eminem made of lightning?
What do you do? We already know. We were there. What everyone seems to do is croak.
What everyone does is their best.
They just do their best. They hold hands. They braid each other's hair. And they're like, it doesn't look good for us. But, you've been great. And then we move forward into 273, because that's the chapter you said we're starting on. No,
273 is where we ended. We're starting at 274.
Yeah, because we were just there. Okay, 274. I love that we start 274 in a flashback because we talked last time. It didn't really get into the YouTube. So if you only saw the YouTube last time, you'll be a little bit behind on that part, but that's okay. It'll be good.
That's fine.
About all the different colonialist kind of overtones in this and not well hidden overtones. And so I really enjoy that our very first words going into 274 are we the evil ones? And that the original Kami is having this absolute breakdown and realizing like, holy crap, we might be the ones who are at fault here. We might think we're on the right side, as so many people do when they're inside of a war, but it turns out that we actually might be the evil people here. And to have him start off the episode in that way is just wicked.
I am so eager to get to corkboard today because one of your observations makes this so much deeper than it already is, but I do agree with you. I love Gonfall getting to like look at the Shandians who they've been seeing as a problem. Like they have been up to this point like a rampant terrorist group destroying their holy land. Like they could not be more Satanists in their mind. The thing they see most as holy is being desecrated by these people who are committing terrorist acts. And now he suddenly, despite that, has this moment to be like, wait a minute.
I don't know what.
Oh, my dad is here apparently. Hi.
Just a minute, just say hi because live stream and everyone
just heard you.
I just want trying to get these dogs out of here.
Grateful for it.
Why did you? I'm trying to find her leash.
Okay, he's
Hey,
taking
y'all,
them up.
I didn't do my
Sorry,
warm-ups ahead of
everyone.
time. There was too much prep, so I need some extra time to do some foundation because I cannot make a face without foundation today, apparently. I am not art pilled enough to go as fast and loose as I sometimes can.
Everyone here says, hi, Papa Drock, Dad Piece.
I lost a lot of that. Is that not for anything?
It says Drock D Dad.
That's great. Hey, just so everybody knows, my dad has no interest in reading One Piece, but he did really like One Piece live action.
And the baby space. Did you let them know?
Nobody ate any poison mushrooms.
Thank you.
Such a random little tidbit for. Let's not explain that. Chat, nobody ate any poison mushrooms.
No, I'm explaining it to
No,
people at the end.
isn't it funny? Okay, at the end, if you stick around. Real ones know. Where? I
Okay.
almost cursed again. Where were we?
So yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
we have. He took out the
really
pups.
it's really meaningful considering that with their religion saying Vars or Verth is sacred, they have been fighting antichrist terrorists for decades, and he's able to, in this moment of facing colonization and oppression himself, to recognize, oh, we were we were the bad guy.
Yeah, and this is something that we're looking at in the past in this one, because he's like, are we the bad people? And he's talking to one of his advisors, and they're like, we are trying to protect this land. It is our duty to continue in battle, to protect the prosperity of this land. We have negotiated as much as we can, and there's no point in offering sympathy to those who don't accept. And then he said, 400 years ago, it might have been us. It might have been them. And so given what I now think that we'll talk about in Corkboard,
Which is makes it so much more beautiful.
this makes so much more sense to me. So I want to make sure we come back to 274. So if people in chat wouldn't mind kind of remembering that it's 274.
Bookmark 274.
When I'm like, where the heck was I talking about?
I really want to briefly say, I don't want to be especially political on this stream in general because I'm not educated in it. And while I think I have good opinions, because my policy is why bother having an opinion if you don't think it's the best one, I don't think I can be an educator on it. But I think it is worth looking at the modern world and think a lot of things that are currently happening in our world through the lens of this piece here, because I think Oda actually explains how easy it is to see yourself on the side of good as an oppressor really, really well in Skypiea. And I think it's something that we can all use as a lens to see the world through. It's Some of the best
Agreed.
writing I've seen on the topic of someone seeing themselves as the good guy while being an oppressor.
I agree. This person
Bellamy.
talking about One Piece being very timely, and I know that there's more things. Pet the boy and feed the boy.
Bellamy, come here, buddy. Come here. No, you gotta actually
Um,
work for it. You gotta come say hi this time. I love you, my boy. Mwah. Pets for you.
And look how Bellamy isn't barking.
He is mostly a quiet boy, although he does bark when people come home and we're trying to teach him not to.
Exactly. In Bellamy, in Lily's defense, her dad came home after a long time away at what she thinks is war since he left her.
Why else would he leave ever, if not to go fight battles? Bellamy
Okay.
is spelled with an I and is not named after Bellamy. No, although I do like to bother my wife by saying that's what he's named after because he's a springy boy. He springs, he bounces.
Don't say that.
He's a bouncy boy.
Don't say that. I'm going to move past the kids because I don't care.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
So then we go back to Eminem sitting on his ball, staring at them, all pointing down. We get to see the standoff from the other perspective, and Nami being there and hidden. And then she learns for the first time that he is able to see her thoughts, feelings, ideas, and life.
Like, he can sense everything about her, and she's hiding behind a rock. This dude's mantra is...
That's like...
Can't curse.
Yeah, I did say Eminem was sitting on his balls, but you're going to have to deal with that, YouTube.
Deal with it.
Yeah, so his mantra is like this next level thing. And we really get a better view of it in this time because we're seeing all the different ways that he's able to detect life and thought.
And we get into this arc that he uses his fruit to enhance his mantra because he's the static electricity all over Skypiea is his body because he is lightning. So he is sensing from everywhere. Unlike Asa, who has this powerful mantra that can sense everything in a huge radius, his radius is artificially extended by filling everything with him. And that's so cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's just absolutely wicked.
That's such a cool use of his power. And it also goes to show that lightning is bonkers as a power because it does more beyond just being invincibility and crazy offense and movement. It even has utilities you can get from it. Wild, this guy.
Yeah, exactly. And then he lays down some information. So where was it you were saying that there was at the beginning of Skypiea? What chapter is it that Luffy's
boy, it's a
winking?
volume cover. I forget which volume, but there's one where he winks and with his right eye, and it's attracted theorists for a long time because Luffy looks really unnatural with his eye closed. Like I showed you that one, wondering if you noticed, and you immediately went, "Why is Luffy's eye closed?"
I said, "Why is he winking? That's weird for Luffy." And so I'll get more into it in Corkboard Corner, obviously. But right away, we're in chapter 274, and he says the following thing. Listen, the roots of your conflict are much deeper than you know. Think about it. You are not clouds, but you were born in the sky. You are not birds, but you live in the sky. The foundation of this country in the sky is unnatural. Land is the place for land. Humans have a place for humans, and the kami has a place for the kami. Each has a place to which it must return. And when I read that at first, I was like, oh, he's talking metaphorically about this idea and that idea and about how these people think that they're allowed to rule the sky, but he's in the land of the gods and therefore he has more power. But then later on, I started to think about it and connect it to other things, which we'll come back to in Corkboard Corner. But it reminded me when we were talking later and you were telling me about the Luffy giving the wink. Skypiea feels exhausting, kind of like Jaya did, in that there's all of these things that I feel that the idea of Luffy giving the wink is kind of like, I'm going to tell you so many things. You're just right out in the open, but you're not necessarily going to see it. And
it really does feel like sorry, you keep going and then I'm going to add to it.
Yeah. And so I think that if you're a person who is reading it for the first time, but you're like me and you're reading it for the sake of breaking it apart, you might find some things. I'm sure I'm missing so many that Oda would laugh and laugh like Buddha with joy. But he would do the Buddha my Nana always had when I was a kid, the jolly laughing Buddha. But honestly, he is laying so many things out in such a cheeky way that I think that this piece here is telling us a lot more about the bigger story in the end.
I
right,
think
go
that's
ahead.
an interesting observation, and I feel like you can know immediately that you're right with Jaya, not necessarily with all your observations, but I told you pretty plainly that because you were going so deep into it that I think you didn't have the perspective of what a first-time reader who isn't doing this with like both an expectation to give good feedback and a reputation of having a lot of insight. And I kind of explained to you, yeah, if you're just reading it for the first time, you don't realize they're telling you that there's a third great power and that Whitebeard and Shanks, despite not being warlords, are powerful enough that they could start a war. All you get is, yeah, of course the government wants to talk about pirates. Their job is arresting pirates. But the way they say those things is so precise that it creates a lot more meaning. And so you're able to be confident you've extracted more value from it than is there at a surface level. And I feel like Skypiea feels very similar to that, but it's kind of more opaque. It's not as transparent. So you are reading into it, but it's even more exhausting because you can't have confirmation you for sure found extra details. You can only be relatively confident.
Exhausting. Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely feels exhausting. Because I'm always like, what else am I missing? What other clues are in here? And then I know that when I read ahead, I'll be like, oh. But I kind of look forward to that too, because who doesn't look forward to finding things out later on? Like, it's going to be fun.
Oh my god, we're up to 450. Hell yeah, that's the second highest we've ever had. Maybe you're right, the 2 days in advance is better.
Gives people time to prepare.
Yeah. I think, like, there's something so cool about seeing the theories you have. I'm excited for Corkboard this week because I think a lot of what you're saying is going to get more and more interesting as the series goes on. I'm very excited for some of your thoughts are developing.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. They could be crazy. Yeah. I like it when things are crazy though, so I'm here for it. I just whenever he puts his fingers up and down and does his 10 million bolt thing, like, yeah, I get that it's painful and terrible and he kills people with it, but it's so goofy looking that I love that because it's still a manga, right? Like it has a playful silliness to it.
Here's the thing. I forgot this is your first exposure to manga. Most manga's not silly.
Oh.
What? Most manga in this genre, like Dragon Ball was, but a lot of it tries to be really self-serious, and even the stuff that is silly tends not to be silly in the dire fight scenes. One Piece is kind of the special one that is weird and silly in the intense fights.
That's so funny because he is so goofy.
Yeah, constantly. It's great.
Yeah. The bad guys are goofy, the good guys are goofy, and everybody is goofy, and I love it.
Yeah, I didn't think that would, because it's something that's kind of One Piece's identity, is being silly even in the serious moments. Yeah, we keep it goofy in this house. I didn't think of the fact that would just feel like manga to you because this is your first experience.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, because when I was reading the one that I'm reading on my own time, the strawberry
Wild Strawberries, I gotta start reading that again. It was so cool. I only read the first chapter.
Yeah, it's not goofy at all. There's no goofiness in it. It's this really serious piece. And I was like, oh, this is so different from the way manga were done. And now I'm finding out, no, the one I started with is different. That's interesting. I love that.
It's also interesting to note that Wild Strawberries is coming out in a really interesting era where Attack on Titan has kind of changed how things go, where Attack on Titan tried to get published through Shonen Jump, which is the young boys publication, and they turned it down for being too violent and intense. And then it ended up selling really well with the young boy demographic when it was published. So now Shonen Jump has pushed what they're willing to publish, and there's a lot more body horror and grotesquerie and violence and that type of subject matter that's more geared towards like 17-year-old boys, but that 13-year-old boys still enjoy in Shonen Jump than there used to be. And that's kind of the era that Wild Strawberries is part of, if a little bit genuinely less grotesque than a lot of them get.
It's interesting. Because on all the pieces I'm watching, there's a lot of Japanese girls and other girls who love manga.
Oh, absolutely. There are, but Shonen Jump specifically is the young boys publication. Then Shoujo is the young girls, and there's a bunch other like Seinen is older boys and men. But Shonen Jump now is making much more diverse content. They're publishing more sports manga, which they used to do well in the past, but is kind of coming back because sports manga have been doing better now. They're publishing more intense, more adult stuff. It's become a bit more diverse lately, whereas it was all stuff kind of like One Piece, generally more self-serious for a long time.
Cool. That's fascinating sidestep.
Mm-hmm.
So by the end of this chapter in 274, he just randomly takes Robin down, which was a bit of shock. Get it? A bit shocking for everyone. And I think that was the perfect way to do it, because you think that Robin has this kind of ace in the hole with the bell, and you're like, yeah, she set up all these things, and Robin is our super clever one, and then he's just like, oh, you think you fooled me? No, I don't like you. Here, die. And just shocks her. We're all like, oh, because he's built
no
different.
nonsense too.
Yeah, and absolutely doesn't waste any time. And so within like no time at all, he's taken care of every single person. And then in true Nami fashion, because somebody who spent her childhood locked away in a room writing and creating maps for one of the pirates, she does exactly what she should do and just is like, yeah, no, I'll come with you. Because she realizes that the very best way to save yourself is to live for now. Like she was taught that by her mom growing up, and then she was taught that through her time being a prisoner and then becoming one of the crew, that the very best way is you just need to survive for now. You can't win in the end if you're dead.
And what I love is how much all the different reactions show how everyone responds to violence and threat, because we've seen this from these characters so far. Zoro wants to fight the threat. He doesn't want to be too weak to stop a threat. Gets destroyed. Need to not curse.
Yeah.
Robin looks for an opening, plays along a bit, but tries to find an opening to take someone down. Doesn't work. Whereas Nami is willing to be fully loyal to someone that could kill her to wait to be rescued. And it feels like we're watching the fight, flight, friend, or freeze responses from the characters.
Yeah, and it gives us an opportunity to see a few other things. So I'm going to jump ahead because I do what I want.
Yeah, let's go.
So when we jump ahead later, and I'll come back in a second, when we jump ahead later and Nami is on the ship, is it Maxime?
Yeah, the Arc Maxim.
So when Maxim is up, when Nami is on the ship on Maxim, and Luffy comes up and he looks at her and says, pull yourself together. You're a crew of the king of the pirates, of the future king of the pirates. Don't embarrass yourself. And that kind of goes back into that idea that Nami for years had to wait for somebody to rescue her because she didn't just have her own ability to rescue herself. She was too young. She was alone. She didn't have a crew. And Luffy is reminding her, no, you're part of the fight. You're not sitting only and waiting to be rescued. You waited for crew to show up. I'm here. Stand the hell up and fight. Yeah. And I really loved that because it kind of blends her arcs together and her backstory together. So I thought that was amazing.
I absolutely agree. Luffy should get so much cred as a leader in that moment that he's like, look, that's fine that you were scared. It's fine that you waited, but the king of the pirates is here and you're part of the crew.
Yeah, exactly. And rather than it being a bad thing that Luffy's doing it, it's kind of an absolutely incredible thing because his straightforwardness to Luffy cuts through the chafe, and she's just like, yeah, no, I'm not going to die sitting here, and I'm not going to let people lose all their hope and their dreams. I need to stand the hell up. I need to person up and face this. And so it allows her to dig inside of her and use all the strengths that she's gained.
Absolutely.
Then we do a little backstory. And I like the way that the backstory came in waves this time. Like we would be hanging out and all of a sudden through the misty clouds comes a backstory. And we get to see all these cool moments in time. I don't care. It was the right word. The Poneglyph, it goes back 800 years. The warriors of Shandora and those who sought to claim the stone fought in battle. Did we win? Yes, we won. Did you? I don't know, according to my new corkboard theory, but we'll come there later. I mean, is it a win? I mean, I guess if you think it in the Nami sense of the word, and then up to today, yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. You're absolutely welcome, Duo Groundia. I tell people all the time, person up.
It's good, because I just want to say, like, I think degendering it comes across as less cringe than regendering an expression for whatever reason.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, but can we just pause for a minute and look at our Kami? Okay. Nothing is, I think, more terrifying, because I like to think about this in real life. You have Wiper go up, use the reject button, actually stop his heart and kill him. He's laying on the ground. He's dead. Everyone is like, oh my God, we did it. And all of a sudden you see a lightning sizzling off in the corner and his body starts to convulse and everyone's like, oh my God, what's going on? And then you hear bump, 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 bump. Oh.
That, it is so scary, wildly cool. And this is something that I've said Oda does well before, and I think he just gets better and better at, where you exit a fight and everyone has been hyped up. Like, everyone is higher in your eyes than when the fight started. I don't know many writers who can manage that so consistently, but don't you come across with more respect for Wiper because he pulled off the reject dial, he survived using it, he tricked the Kami, he ambushed him, he killed the Kami. But then Eneru comes across even more hyped because he died, but because it was not a death of like poison or blood or anything, he's like, okay, whatever. All you did was stop my heart. I got the fruit to solve that problem.
Yeah, not a problem. Just let me just lay here for a minute and let my body take care of itself. Thank you for the subscription.
Audiomancer is a cool name.
That is a cool name.
In stopping myself from cursing how much I want to curse.
I don't know if you've noticed this. Your dad has said it a few times. You're a cursey curserson.
It's true, but I'm feeling it more now that I'm putting that wall up as much as I can.
And everyone who's wondering, it's because when he tried to take him out during his YouTube editing, Drock realized, oh my, that's a lot of cursing.
I gave up. I just turned monetization off. Bellamy, come here. You need pets, my boy? Yeah, no, that bit is so cool.
You're right. Busy Bomb is right. Just put a thing over whenever you're cursing.
It's more work than just not cursing.
Nurse here, and the funny thing is you don't shock yourself to restart your heart. Yeah, okay.
Oh, here's the thing. I don't think he shocked himself. I think he was like manually electrifying the muscles in his heart because they weren't doing it automatically.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it was like a more nuanced defibrillation.
Although this too, like I thought, like, okay, what could he say now? He's massaging his own heart. And so, yeah, that's what they're doing. He's massaging it. People do not fear the Kami. Fear is the Kami.
And this is the second time we get that line. Fear is the Kami's the coolest line.
Yep, that's a good line. I will take that as a catchphrase. Yeah, I think you chose well, sir. As a bad guy, I think that he's pretty epic. Like, I really enjoy him as a bad guy.
I just wish his henchmen lived up to him a bit more, because I think this arc had potential to be one of the coolest arcs when it comes to the threat we're facing, but it just feels like it's only Eneru, and he's amazing, and the priests, I'm like, yeah, they're fine. They're just like if they were as good as Baroque works, this arc would kill.
But to be honest, I mean, maybe, yeah.
Like, can you tell me that the priests are as threatening and interesting as the Baroque Works agents?
Here's what I actually wished occurred. I wished he didn't have any henchmen.
Just because
of who he is and what he is. Like, fine, he uses and enslaves the people of Skypiea, He takes over some of the government. They can't fight against him. He is all powerful, but because of the level of all powerful he is, I think if he had had no henchmen, it would have been even cooler. I do like the idea of choosing the different gates and having different trials. That's kind of cool, but I don't know if it's cool enough to take away from the idea of him being so powerful he doesn't need henchmen.
But something you can point out there is that if he had just the gates, there could still be gates with trials. They just wouldn't be fighting. They would be like a threatening terrain or something.
Yeah. Oh God, somebody gave 9 subs in this channel. That's a generous thing to do too. Yeah.
Regus Reg, that is their 9th sub given. That's incredible. Thank you so much. I'm probably saying that wrong, but if I'm not, cool. And if I am, sorry.
Warrior Wiper, I have warned you. Oh, God. Yeah, he's a good bad guy. And Wiper, I like Wiper more and more the longer I've read this arc.
Oh, I did get it.
I just keep... Wiper is one of the greatest. He goes through a great big growth, very similar to his ancestor. It's an awesome... That's why Red Potato has a lot of good points in this one, because there's a lot of connection between the original Cricket arc, and I know that he could be friends, and so that was really cool to watch. Yeah.
I wish heading to Skypiea and back was easier so they could just hang out.
Be good buds?
Yeah. Because they can't.
And near the end of the chapter, or in 276, when Wiper is standing there and just like, Oda does some tremendous panels of like things that you could see wearing on a t-shirt or sticking on a wall. I'm like, yeah, you really understand this. You understood the assignment, because Wiper standing there, rippling muscle, wicked tattoos, his wicked hair, wings coming out at the side. He's not wearing any clothes, so he's probably going to make it to the top of my tier list for drip.
But to be fair, Wiper looks so cool.
You know how I give the unclothed such high scale of drip, but then
and there have to be clothed characters who come that high, right? Like, we'll find them. They're out there. No, actually, yeah. I know which one's gonna make it.
Red Potato said it. Then he all of a sudden says, "For my ancestors," and he doesn't scream it. You can see his face. He just says it with feeling. For my ancestors. Yes. Oh, so good. So good. And then immediately, we go back in time and get to hear the rest of the story that Wiper was told. And we get to know the truth about things that happened. Well, we don't get the rest here, but we get a bunch. Your ancestor was the great warrior Calgera, and he had more than one reason for wanting to take back his homeland. So all of a sudden I was like, oh, what? And then they were jerks and they moved right forward, and I got to go back into the battle again. But this is where Nami was like, my bad, I'll go. She even puts her hand, I'll go to the world of dreams. Okay.
Can you imagine if Eneru had been a little bit more transparent? Nami's reaction. I'll go to the world of dreams. That sounds great. Awesome. Let's get to the moon. Wait, what? What?
Wait, what?
What? What do you... What?
People keep asking if I've heard Luffy sing in the forest?
Oh, yeah. I don't think I sent you any anime scenes because I think I didn't remember liking any of them enough that I thought to.
Yeah.
I've been clear that I don't really love this section of the anime. I think the direction was worse, the pacing was worse, and I just don't have fond enough memories of any of the animation that I bothered sending anything.
I read this part of the arc twice. I read it once in black and white, and I read it again in color. And I didn't know if I just liked it better in color, the whole piece better in color or not. But it turns out that it's Skypiea, particularly done in the manga as color, because the contrast between the clouds and everything else is so incredible.
I don't think it's as important for a lot of One Piece, but I do think it was worth going back and checking over in color for this, because like a big issue I have with the colored manga is how they handle contrast. I feel like it often feels a bit muddy. I don't know. Because when something is shaded to look black and white, it uses grayscales that really mess with what the color can accomplish when you do color it, and it ends up much weaker than something that was built from the ground up to be colored. It's just an inherent limitation. You compose differently, you shade differently, you make panels differently when you're going to do something in color versus black and white. However, Skypiea is shaded with so many stark whites and darker tones that I've seen some of the colored manga from it, and it's actually really good. Like, it looks so much better than most of the colored manga.
And also another thing, because I love the black and white, and I love looking at things the way that they were originally made by artists as well. I think that there's something very powerful about viewing the artwork
there's intent
the way
you see that you can't see. It's the same reason translated works always feel a bit weird. Like, this isn't this is someone's best approximation at what it was supposed to be, but it's not what they were thinking.
Precisely. But something else that happens in this is that they don't change the background. Oh, hey. Red Potato just gave me the song inside of Discord so I can listen to it later. It's Red Potato. So I also think that the gold in this one, because we're talking about a city of gold, using color in this one ended up being the contrast of the big, huge gold ball on Luffy's hand made some of the pieces in here just pop in a way that they didn't in black and white.
I'll also say, though, I do just generally love the way Oda draws gold. He's actually inspired my art. So you'll notice that when I draw metals, I tend to do, here, you know what, we can turn this off and start on this, for example. When I do metals, I'll do reflections as large sections of black that are kind of like shapy. And that's taken directly from Oda as inspiration, because I love the way he does gold, specifically because gold is a very reflective metal and it has deep, dark shadows. He does these really big, deep, dark shadows, which I would say I've been copying this style for 8 or 9 years now. So for most of the time, all of the time I've been decent at art, I've been copying how Oda does gold, because I love these blocks.
But they even do it in the gold.
They do it. Because it's his ink work, they can't take it away, and it works really well with the yellow.
Exactly.
They also brought it into the
incredible.
anime, and it's beautiful. Like, that was the one thing I liked in the anime, was how the gold looked. It was just really nice.
Give Bellamy a treat.
I saw. Hello,
because the face on the front of the ship with the deep, deep black sections and then a bright chunk of white in the middle to really highlight it. It's absolutely incredible. Oh, I was so relieved that the Snickety Snack was alive, because I told you I was going to lose my mind if they killed. If they killed Nola, I swear to God, I would have lost my damn mind.
Speaking of, now that we have the Snickety Snack being alive, do you want me to... you know what? Let's go into the flashback, and then I'll read Kaido Luminous's essay on why Nola is great.
Thank you, Waterboy.
Waterboy gifted a sub to Many Bricks.
Many Bricks.
I like that. So many good usernames. Can I just say, like, there's a lot of communities where the average username is pretty awful, and I've seen so many incredible usernames. I feel like that's how I know we've cultivated a good audience so far, is the username quality top notch. Red Potato, Many Bricks, Waterboy, Barney, Blue Dragonfly, love them all. So many. Kaido. Kaido's in chat but can't. Yeah, that's what it was. So many great usernames, like top quality. Very impressed.
Yeah, Nola the Snack is alive. I was like, oh my God. Luffy finally managed to get himself out of the snack. I was like, my God, man. But on the other hand, yes, he gets to live then because he was inside safe and sound. The whole Eminem sitting on his throne thinking that he's so awesome, telling Nami how things are going to be, was just like watching Nami be like, ugh, I'm going to need more people. I'm not going to be able to do this on my own. This is kind of that feeling. You can see the panic in her face, like she had as a youth again. And so there was many times in this arc that I felt like we went back to the beginning of a person's character development. And I've heard a few people in chat and places say that they felt like this kind of redid the whole plot again from beginning. And I found that in a lot of the character choices, that we got to see who they used to be and what they used to feel like, and where they were prior to being in the crew, and then watch their growth come back again as a reminder of how far they came. So it was really cool to get to watch this, because I felt like I got to be reminded of just how far each person has come since they joined the Straw Hats.
Ooh, Suavest Orange is gifting subs. I feel like, thank you. I feel like that makes a lot of sense too, because this is an arc where we are faced with something that to anyone other than Luffy is an impossible force. And I think being faced with something that, for lack of a better pun, puts the fear of God in you, that makes sense as what would revert people to their weaker selves, to what they are.
Yeah.
And letting Luffy be the only person who can free this burden from everyone again is beautiful for reaffirming why he's the captain, why he can help these people, why he is what they need to be the best them.
And this person is absolutely right. It also shows that growth isn't linear. Like, we have this idea that as humans, that we grow and we change, and now we can never be the way that we were, or have a reverting moment, or be mean, or whatever it is again. But that's ridiculous. You're a person. So you are going to have, you know, waves forward and back. And all you can hope is that the more you move forward, the less far you'll have to move back each time. Right. And so I think that that's a really great point about it not being really linear. Okay. But conis brings it in chapter 278. The chick comes in, and it was good in black and white, but the colors on her Wave Rider, when she burns in and runs over the white berets and just brings herself into the center to warn all the people of Skypiea to get away, and then stands in the middle and is like, you need to leave, you need to leave. And people are like, no, you can't do this. The Kami Enru is planning on obliterating the island. And everyone's like, stop saying that. There's no way he'd hurt us. And then she stands in the middle. I don't accept Enru as a god. And then everyone's like, oh. And the bravery of this girl. And that's the whole thing that changes it. And to have Eneru not be able to put his wrath on her, in that he doesn't realize how important it would have been to take her down in that exact time. But instead, because he sees her as being kind of insignificant, and he has other things, and he's busy bragging to Nami, thinking about building his kingdom come, like, tell me all the Christian influence moments in those words, and doing all these things. So he doesn't realize that conis can come in and disrupt all of his plans to decimate the people of Skypiea. And she absolutely, completely flips what would have happened. And are they all safe and able to get off? No, but are they all out in the water, so that when he destroys their town, he doesn't take with them all the people of Skypiea? So that's all her. She's definitely making it into top 5 this week.
Conis's bravery is fantastic, and it also goes to add to one of the best things about Oda's writing for an action series, which is someone managing to be brave, helpful, important, and impressive without knowing how to fight at all in an action series. Like, Conis has no combat ability, and is in anyways is incredibly important in saving the people of Skypiea and letting people survive. The fact that there are survivors who are able to rebuild is thanks to her as much as it is Luffy.
I would agree. And Patu, who isn't here today but is able to be in the chat, I would agree that he doesn't see her as important enough, but I think that's what makes it so powerful, because it reminds us that we sometimes undervalue or are incorrect in our ability to assess what importance it is. And sometimes things that we don't think of as being changing points, or as being a direction that's going to completely take you down a new path, are actually the biggest thing. It's that butterfly wing idea, like the flapping of a butterfly wing has the power to change. So I think that made it really, really powerful, because then he allows his other characters to do seemingly small characters to act in big ways. And that's what I kind of love about One Piece, is big things can come from anywhere. They're not just going to be Luffy. They're not just going to be the Straw Hats. you're going to have game-changing moments come from surprising places, which makes it way more fun to read.
And it also makes Luffy as a leader more meaningful, because him as a force of liberation, if the only thing he brought to the table was violence, that would feel so much less powerful if the thing he brings to the table is, look, I can be the strength you need for the violence, but also I'm going to inspire you to act and be the best you and save yourself in every way you can. And even though I'm doing the heavy lifting of the fight, I wouldn't succeed without all of your help. It makes motivating people an important part of what he does when he helps people.
Yeah, I agree. Worth getting Luffy on the boat in 279 just for the panel of sad Eminem with his big ass face and his open mouth and his bulging eyes when he realizes that Luffy is probably his kryptonite.
Yeah, this is one of the most beloved panels in the series. It is
the big face thing?
Colloquially, it is known as eneru face or enel face.
Eneru face. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I love it when I get to see it's the face.
It's the face. It's beloved. It is known. People were hoping this would be your pick for what to draw this week, but then I'm just recreating a panel that Oda did. Like, I'm just like, that's just straight fan art at this point, but I get it.
No, I know why people would want it, and I it was one of my very favorite panels. But when I choose one for you that I would love to see done, I usually try to choose one where I feel like it was something that changed the way that I saw the story. Whereas this is not changing the way I see the story, right? This is just, so I always pick one where I'm like, oh, this is the time that suddenly I started thinking in this direction and it added this depth. And so I already guessed that Luffy being rubber wouldn't have trouble up against Eminem, and that Luffy being stupid would allow him to go, and so that part wasn't game changing, but I could not have loved the way that Oda did it more. When I saw that face, I was like, oh, that felt right. And once again, Oda does what Oda does, where he gives the audience the thing they hope for. We get to see some big punches here.
Makes it feel so perfect. Yeah, because at first he's like, well, so what if I can't electrocute you? I'm still intangible. You can't hit me. And the impact of the panel when Luffy uses the Gum Gum rifle and just blasts him. Oh, yeah, that's exactly. Good eating.
So I told you originally that in my opinion, and we're going to get to the part, I think, coming up here where he goes, oh, I've got to be stupid. Let me just see where it is.
You said it's time for a gold star because you said that Luffy would be Eneru's kryptonite. And I feel like because of rubber is obvious enough that I don't even want to give you a gold star, but you also mentioned that mantra would be a problem and that Luffy being able to be stupid would be part of the kryptonite, and Gum Gum Airhead works. So I am going to give you a gold star because that part of the prediction is not easy.
Nah. So I get gold star. I high five myself.
Oh, someone earlier asked if you should get a purple mushroom for predicting that the island was sent up on purpose because the flashback now shows that it was just the knock-up stream. Here's the thing. Not at all, because the theory was that someone could control the knock-up stream, and I really think, everybody, you're going to believe what Mama Drock has to tell you at the end of Corkboard Corner today. You're going to be on board. I genuinely believe that after Corkboard Corner, you are going to agree with her.
Yeah, I never said that they weren't brought up by Knock-Up Stream. They were. It's just that I am talking about the intention.
And hey, then, are you saying this is a world where there might be people with powers that allow them to magically control forces of nature?
That's all I'm saying.
Yep, but what evidence do we have that someone could magically control forces of nature? It's not like there's a guy made of lightning. Oh,
what evidence don't we have?
Wait a second. There's a guy made of lightning.
All right. By the way, Skypiea, good name for a chapter. I'll take it.
That's fun. Fun little portmanteau.
Yeah, I like that. Go with your bad self, Death Pia. I hope we see Asa more often in the future. Like I know we. Yeah, I know I'm not willing to predict that yet.
Okay.
Like I just what
It's
a
a hope,
waste
not
of
a
a
predict.
character. Yeah, this is a hope because what a waste of a character to build a character like Asa. We spend so much time with her. She does so many amazing things. And then she was born with mantra, which is just come on, awesome, next level. And she spends so much time inside of here. And then boom, we just don't get to see her anymore. And I do agree that you have to have rich characters along the way. You can't just be like, oh yeah, here's another basic Betty hanging out with a everyday Joe.
Yeah, you need people who matter. But Asa, for whatever reason, Conis feels like, as much as she's amazing, I'm fine with her just being for Skypiea, but I agree with you that Asa coming back feels like it makes more sense.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that it would be really nice to get to see Asa again. Also, right in this chapter, once he does Death Pia, he starts to release all of this smoke into the air that is eventually going to become the kingdom come that he can take things down with. But I felt like for the next few chapters, Oda did an incredible job of kind of mimicking Earth and its use of overusing resources and creating pollution and destroying the thing that we love for our own gain and our own entertainment. Because you could see the inside of the ship, the way that it's built, and all the mechanics and all the things going on. And then you go outside, and black plumes of smoke are just absolutely flying out. And Chief, something is, and then it is the indigenous people who first talk about it. Chief, something is wrong with the sky above Upper Yard. It's gotten darker all of a sudden. And for the first time, Skypeia's sky has ever looked this way. It bodes ill. And then we pull back and we see people standing up on all the white clouds and then the trees and all this pollution above it. So even though he uses it as his own vehicle, for the piece, I also feel like he starts to use metaphors and pieces in there about how you're destroying yourself environmentally. So I thought that was really neat.
I could see it that way. I don't know if that's not my reading. I could see it though.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be a on the surface thing, but it just looked like a little side thing. It felt like he was kind of having a little environmental message because there was a few places where they talk about it, where eventually they will envelop all of Skypiea into darkness and my bidding will be done and da-da-da-da-da. It will annihilate whole countries. So it just felt very much like a little nod. In color, there is when he first attacks the Skypiea town, it is so good. It is just so good with the white background and then the few trees in between and the colors of the clothes against the clouds. It's incredible. And also you can start to see in the background of some of these panels where the beanstalks that are used later on are kind of used to hold together the edges of clouds sometimes, which I thought was a fantastic later.
All right.
Which I'll get into. So ending this fight with Luffy, he sticks after Luffy goes into dumb, which part of me wanted to have that somewhere as a panel because I have never seen anyone do a face that has less going on behind the eyes. And I thought that was one of the best drawn things ever.
It makes regular Luffy look cunning.
Fantastically cunning. And so once we learn that Luffy has to find a new way and he can't attack him in the same way that he has been attacking him anymore, we go into chapter 282 and he decides, you know what, bud? I'm going to put your fist in some gold.
Can't punch if I melt a giant ball of gold and trap you in it.
Yeah.
And we talk again? I just want to say again, offensive power. Okay, defensive power, sure. Fast movement, sure. Ability to extend your body through static electricity over an entire island and sense everything with your mantra. Already crazy. Putting lightning into gold to melt it and control it? This guy is pushing lightning to its limits, and it's lightning.
Yeah.
Like,
and then he does a luminous forge and creates a perfect round ball over. So there's also some artistry in it, right? Like he could have just made a gold blob.
He's also good enough at engineering to make a spaceship.
Yeah, but to create the orb of gold,
Yep.
a perfect fall all the way around ball of gold, and then roll him off the ship so that he crashes into the ground below. That was really, really well done. And then because Nami has already had that conversation with Luffy and she's learned, like, I have to stand up for myself, rather than just falling away and going into despair, she fights. This is where she starts to fight back. Then I don't want it anymore. Where he says, she says, there are a lot of things I want to do and a lot of things I want. But if I have to leave those guys behind to go with you, then I don't want it anymore. And he said, including your life. Good response. Good response. And she still says yes, because she's starting to feel the Luffy straw hat meaning of life, where life isn't necessarily the most precious commodity you have, which is an interesting change for her, considering where she started.
Very, very much is. And this dude's like, all right, well, my people failed me and no one wants to come with me. I'll go to the moon myself, I guess. Like, just cool with that.
Yeah. Do we mention Luffy giving Nami the hat? No, but that it seems to be a thing with Luffy handing Nami the hat. Like, I got to go and do this thing. It may destroy the hat. Use this hat. It's for your strength. Now you're Luffy'd up. And then we get to see Conis go back. God, we have not done enough of?
Hyping up Conis?
No, she's amazing. She kicks butt. We haven't talked about her little fox enough.
Okay.
Would a fox be any cuter if it tried?
Probably. It could wear like a little
No,
little
you
hat.
stop.
Be a fox
You
in
stop.
a hat.
No.
Imagine
This
that,
fox
in a
needs to
hat.
do nothing. Nothing. This fox looks at you and your heart goes, oh. I want to be this fox's best friend. Okay, so I'm just going to put the fox aside, but know that the fox is always with me. Sue. And somebody kept saying to me because I love Sanji. He does some stuff. He says some things.
He's a problematic fave.
He's a problematic fave, but somebody said that they felt like he had to do those things because otherwise there was too much perfection about him and it gives him, something that isn't great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like this. Usopp says, a ship in the forest? I caught a glimpse of her just for a second, but she was on that ship. It doesn't matter what that thing is. All I know is that Nami didn't have her shirt on. Oh, God.
I forgot that line.
Okay, Oda. And then Usopp. Who cares about that?
Oh my God. Definitely did not remember that.
That's not the best, Sanji. Not the best. But I like that at least Usopp was like, are you freaking kidding me, man?
Hey, bud, we could die.
Full face palm up and down the coast, man. And Usopp and Sanji, when they're getting on the ship and you're watching them climb up, and Usopp is wearing octopus sticky things on his feet to climb up the side of the ship. Like, his tinker is on point these days.
Yeah, look, you wanted a tinker alchemist. You had the alchemist. You've got the tinker. Octopus thingies.
His tinker is just on point. Loving it. Yeah, he is killing it. And Usopp shows a lot more intelligence in that place, so it lets they're right, because Sanji says and does things like that. It not only gives him something that looks like, oh, come on, it also allows characters like Usopp to appear more intelligent at times and be like, yeah, you've really got your priorities messed up. You've got to get your priorities together. And
bro, you got electrocuted twice today.
and we need to have a Nami pause.
Okay.
Once upon a time, somebody, it was me, said that they felt that Nami was in some way special.
Yeah, and I said she is. She's very good at weather and maps.
And I said, stop saying that. So Nami takes out her weapon.
Forgotten.
Oh my God. Remind me to poke you right in the forehead when we see each other again next. So Nami, yes, Weather Witch. Thank you, Dark Kuro. So Nami takes out her weapon that Usopp made for her, and I'll just have to take a chance and jump. If I stay here, I'm dead. Is there any way to battle lightning? She says in her head. And then because she is a Weather Witch or some sort of Nami thing, she creates a path for the lightning to go through with her weapon that Usopp gave her, which is, in my opinion, above and beyond regular people thinking. Like, she's still getting the gist of this weapon.
Because she's smart and cool.
No, there's more to it. She's still getting the gist. It's the same way she was able to ride the Wave Rider right away. Like, she's still getting a gist of this weapon. This weapon is still really difficult for her. And yet, here she is deciding, like, oh, I know what I can do with this. Innately, I can create a path for the lightning to follow down so it doesn't hit me, and then I can jump overboard. Come on.
I think she's smart and cool and did good stuff with the weather thing she's given.
Right in
She
the forehead.
did a good job. Way to go, Nami. You're very talented and have put a lot of work into learning about weather.
Anyways, people, Nami is special beyond whatever Drock says. Whatever he says next about Nami, beyond that.
According to Oda, Nami was the second smartest person in the East Blue behind Ben Beckman, whatever his or third, but she's up there. And that, yeah, she's very smart. She's very smart.
I'm not saying she's not smart. Do not get me wrong.
Yeah.
Chick's brilliant.
Seems like you're saying that she needs some special magical power to be good instead of she's just really smart and works hard.
What I'm saying is she does have special magical power. She's brilliant, but she does have something. I hope she's one of the degrees or things that surround Luffy. So I was thinking about it and I won't remember because I forgot last time too.
Okay.
I was thinking about like if Luffy is in the center of the directions, because that's where he would be according to my theory.
Yeah.
And each one of the other cardinal directions has people in between them. Was it 4 degrees? Or 3 degrees?
Each of the other ones had 3, but if he's in the center, I feel like that looks weird.
Yes. If he was in the center, that's what it was. They all have 3. If he was in the center, he would have 9. And then the crew would be 10 because it would be done in thirds. So there would be 9 that went around him, which I think allows them to have some sort of magical powers.
All right.
Yeah.
Like a stick that controls the weather? That's magic.
Can you make sure that later on I remember to actually write that down from my cork board, because I'm not near my cork board right now.
Oh, since Kaido's unavailable, Stazzy, do you think you can put Mama Drock's predictions in our Drock Show notes room? Because I don't know if Kaido would be able to at work. Or where.
No, Kaido's doing the work.
Yeah.
Yes, work. Okay, so now we go back into it. And there is a time Luffy is holding this huge gold sphere above his head. A very sun-like thing above his head.
I will say, a giant golden orb does feel a little bit like it could be some could theorize, a representation of the sun. That is a thing one could decide to mean.
Yes. And then he is standing there with the best little girl, Asa, and he says, "Oh, I can't get this stupid golden ball off. And she goes, don't say that. And I think she's saying don't say that about calling it stupid, which
Yeah, because
is
it's the gold of her
fascinating.
people. It's her people's sacred
Because
thing.
it's a golden orb. And she's saying like, and so she's already giving it some sort of sacredness using her words, right? Like
Yeah.
just kind of like a little bit of sacredness to it.
Oh,
And
okay. I
then
see.
we
I see
come-
what we're getting at. Yeah, you're saying that she is implying that there is a spiritual level of meaning that we are, as the reader, are being instructed to attribute to this ball of gold.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So she's putting her culture's spirituality and importance on that ball. So we start to see it in a different light. I really like the idea.
People are feeling like they need to tell you that anything you're saying might be off because
No, I know that gold ball is testicles in Japan.
So this all could just be a testicle joke.
No, but it can be both, dude. You can make testicle jokes too. Come on.
All right. Let's keep going. So Asa has instructed the audience to attribute a spiritual meaning to the golden ball.
Yeah. And so then when we go into chapter 284, we have, I like that people are using the chin scratcher on the, okay, spiritual important golden testicle. Yeah, that's how we roll. I don't know what to tell you. It isn't out of the realm. So then later she's up and Sanji and Usopp are coming onto the ship, and Sanji is off doing some great destruction on his own. And so Usopp and Nami are fighting the god on their own. And I was thinking during this time, and Usopp has a funny way of fighting. I was thinking during this time that Usopp is really, we already watched him kind of go through a growth change in the first part of the arc that we read for this last time. So he came up here. His fear wasn't the thing that was in front of him in this fight, even though he's fighting significantly one of the most dangerous people that they've gone against.
His fear the most dangerous.
Yes. His fear wasn't the thing that came in first. Like he had it, but we weren't having to get over the same trope of Usopp moving past his fear.
Mm-hmm.
He went right into bravery first and came in more Straw Hat like.
I think Usopp has matured to the point of he's able to acknowledge now when fighting's his only chance and do it.
Yeah. So, because he says, well, I'd like to save you, but we're up against the Cammy, you know? And she goes, I know, right? And then they both laugh. And then he goes, Nami, that hat. Yes, it's Luffy's. And then he's like, yeah, damn, let's just do this. And he immediately starts, now that we have a reason to do this, now that there's a possibility of us, my message, you think is stronger. Now that there is a possibility that they can win, that there's hope, that's enough. And boom, he immediately flips in and ew, paper cuts between your fingernails, a needle getting stuck beneath. Yeah, it was, but wonderful. And it was kind of a great fight.
Wouldn't it be great if he starts saying all the gross things and describing all this, and eneru goes, I have aphantasia, and just blasts him?
I also like the way that Sanji goes out here, where he gets blasted hard, and he goes, oh, where is it? Yeah, there it is. Cammy, there was just one more thing I wanted to say. But before that, thanks. I was just thinking how I wanted a light.
Such a cool line.
Oh.
Sanji showing up to be like, hey, it's been a while since I was the coolest person ever. I said that thing about Nami being topless.
So
good. Do you need a reason to remember why you love me? Here you go.
Yeah, it's so good. And he's wrapped in Band-Aids, and he's got only a partial cigarette since most of it's been fried away, and his entire body is smoking, and he's covered in scorch marks, and yet somehow still manages to pull off like the coolest Sanji look. And then he goes, and what is it you wanted to say? Oh, drop dead. And then he drops down, and you're like, well, it didn't work out well. And then immediately the ship starts to sink. Noise come out of everywhere, and he goes, "What were you doing inside of the ship just now?" And you're like, "Sanji!" What? Oh, high five, my friend. High five,
Every
my
single
friend.
time Sanji tries to identify the end game and play for it.
Yes, absolutely banger moment. Sanji
So cool.
killed that. So when they're falling off the ship and everybody's landing in the bottom and Robin finds them there, and Sanji's not doing awesome. He's not the happiest, but yes, Sanji, you were
He's
such
been
a brave
better.
man. Oh, Sanji, I'm so sorry. Da, 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 da. And then Usopp upside down with his head in the clouds. Yes, Sanji, you were such a brave man. Don't die on us. I just was like, I love seeing the Straw Hats come together. I think there's something really cool about anytime you're watching a movie or you're reading something where you have a team and the team has to work apart. They do. That's the purpose of having a team, is sometimes you have to split up. But it makes it so cool when team members come back together because you're like, oh, it's your people. Yay! You're with your people again. So it's something
very
really
powerful
cathartic
about bonding moments in intense action scenes like that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, just so you know, there is the world's cutest seal out in front of me in the water being so sealy.
What's he doing?
Yeah. He went and he found bull kelp and he started playing with it.
Oh my god, that's fantastic.
He is so cute.
We
I just
live in an ocean area, and our cabin is on a little cove out on an island. I know, it makes us sound really, really unrelatable.
Except for we inherited this when both of Lynn's grandparents passed away.
Yeah, so... yeah. But there are often seals playing in the harbor where the cabin is, so we can look out over the ocean and see little seals playing.
It could be a kung fu dugong.
Probably not, since dugongs live around like Thailand.
But I want to think of it as a kung fu dugong, so yeah, it is now.
All right.
You go, little kung fu dugong. I named this one. This is a seal that comes around a lot, and his name is Greg.
I was going to ask how do you know it's a he, but seals have a lot of dimorphism. You can usually tell.
Okay. Yeah, and moving forward. Okay.
Do you think we've talked enough about the... You know what, let's finish, and then before we move to corkboard, I will do Kaido's speech.
Yeah, because I was trying to think of the very best place to talk about Nola, because Nola is incredible. And then, geez. Thank you for loving Greg, guys.
Aww.
Yeah, and I think let's get to the end of this, and then we can have a little Nola talk.
Sounds good.
Okay, so most of the gang are back together. Ace is down there. We all feel really good about that because Stephen James is a great name for a Chihuahua. I'm going to focus. But when somebody talks about their Chihuahua named Stephen James, there's nothing I can do about that.
Of course.
They're all at the bottom of the big giant beanstalk, which you're like, beanstalk? That's weird. We'll come back to that for sure. And they're trying to figure out what to do. Put a pin in it. And they realize that Luffy... Few comedic moments are more glorious than the idea of Luffy with especially since when I was looking up golden balls, because I was trying to look up golden peony, the move that he does later, which is one of my very favorite things. And I would love to have it on my shirt so much. The golden peony. And as I was trying to look it up and I was looking at gold balls, gold this, then they were like, it can often be seen as a testicle. And I was like, well, that makes the golden peony that much better as a t-shirt. So then I came back to reading and I was looking this up. No, calm down, Reputator. It was for the sake of this. I was looking at gold. It's a
One Piece was not in the search terms.
no One Piece-ness. And so then as he's running up and his arm is stretched out behind him, and I was reading it with the colored version, so it really made the gold stick out more. I was like, you know what? That looks like big old hanging long ball hanging off Luffy as he runs up and like it's holding him back. I was like, good God, Oda. If that's truly something that's common in Japan, that panel must have made people like snort when they looked at it. They must have been like, are you kidding me right now? That's amazing. So I think the reason that I thought this was like one of the most epic things is he does the thing. He actually starts to destroy the town. He brings the kingdom come down on it, which brings out so many Christian overtones right in your face. And then you're thinking the whole point of Luffy getting up there, I thought, was to stop this. And you're like, no, he might actually take everything down. And he just starts absolutely decimating and destroying everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that when we win, because, you know, you want to win. That's the point of something like this. Eventually, you need to win. I like that we're never going to win in the way that we want, which is the thing that authors do. But he often lets there be a lot of loss in that win in a different way. Not in the way like Superman, where we're all going like, he's so incredible. He killed probably 350,000 people in that city fight scene. And used a building filled with children to knock the villain over.
For what it's worth, most Superman stories aren't that. That's Man of Steel in particular.
Yeah, but so when you're looking at that kind of, this is different. The bad guy actually creates the losses, and the good guys are never the people who are accidentally killing the people.
But also they're trying their hardest to prevent it. Like Conis went out to get as many people out of the city as possible.
Exactly. So it's your destruction comes. They often don't win in time, and they're just doing their best, and it kind of gives them humanity within their godliness. And I think that's what keeps them relatable and keeps making me feel like I'm a part of the crew. And I am a part of the crew. Okay, do you want to do, because I think this is as good of time as any for it. Do you want to do, since we just finished talking, before I get into the flashback of...
I think enough of what Kaido said has to do with the flashback that we should do the flashback first.
Okay. This flashback, I mean, chat.
Come
on. This is... so many cries here. When we flash back, first of all, to Wiper being a young boy and listening to his chief, and he is taking this in the way that sometimes when you talk to a kid, you have a time where you understand how important the words you're about to hear are, and you lean forward into them, and you take all of your little kid power to soak in the message. And you can see his face. He goes, a dear friend? Yes. 400 years ago, he came, and his name was, and then boom, we go right back in time, and the city is falling apart, and lightning is crashing down on the Vars, Mont Blanc, Noland, and things blow up. This is the tale from long, long ago. Let us travel back 400 years. That was done so beautifully. It made me get shivers. I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe we're finally going to get to hear it. Just like next level awesome. And Jaya, the Grand Line, 400 years ago. And watching all the people get attacked on the land, and Calgara being like, yeah, no, I don't think so. He comes flying out, I will eliminate you, and starts attacking the ships and stands on the beach, leave everything behind and go. Calgara, the great warrior of Shandora, and great tattoos. Like, high five,
got
Calgara.
Crazy style.
Oh, I mean, you know he's going to go way up on the drip list. He doesn't wear a shirt.
You know who does wear a shirt and I think should be up on the drip list?
Who?
Mont Blanc Noland.
Oh, I would agree. He's pretty drippy. When are we putting out our drip list?
That, like I said, when I have reading break, which is in I think a week or two, I'm going to make the VOD channel, and all of the streams that I think are worthwhile will go up on it, and people can watch those.
Stazzy boy, less clothes, more points. He said that when he came on, when I went on that one day, and Stazzy was saying, he was like, are you giving him tons of points? He's not dressed. I went on a chat for a regular Drock show. It was super, super cool. I'm going to try and do that more often.
Yeah, it was fun.
So it was fun. So we get to see Nolan then as a leader. And it's really cool to see the way that the Victor tells the story, because in Nolan the Liar, the children's book, he came off at this round little dumpling with a weird thing on his head. And he still does have a weird thing on his head, but it's so epic, and it becomes such a like straw hat kind of thing for him. And he's this great, big, beefy dude who's the exploration ship Admiral, Lionel Kingdom, North Blue, Mont Blanc, Noland. And he is, you right away when you see this scene, you're like, we're about to meet a legend. And getting to see his travels and all the things they do and all the difficulties they go through, and watching the history of the nation who are being decimated by this disease and are so beyond themselves with fear and worry, and they can't possibly figure out what they can do to save their people. And then that little boy gets sick, and he goes outside and takes a rock and starts rubbing his skin off, trying to get rid of it. And then his Kalgara's daughter says, if there's a chance it will help, then I'll gladly offer myself. And she's so calm about it, because anything that they can do to survive. And we get to go so deep into the emotions of all the people that by the time we have everyone come out into the beach and have their first confrontation, and they find a sick person there and they know that they can vaccinate and save him, you're already thinking like, this in itself could be its own manga. I would read this thing. I would read the Adventures of Noland.
It's honestly a thing I love about One Piece, how many little stories you get a glimpse of that you're like, this could be its own everything. Like, this could be the series, and it's just a piece of this.
100%. Because when I was reading this, I was like, this is also a phenomenal story that if he turned this into a side manga, I'd be like, oh, let's go. I am here. And so I kept thinking like it would be so fun to do a collection of pull out collections of stories and do more backstories on it. Even when you know, like, yes, prequel Nolan Reputator, even when you know how it turns out, you're still like, I want to know more about this wicked dude. And coming in, I'm not gonna lie. We all know how I felt about killing the first snacks.
Unhappy?
I was not happy. And somehow I still loved this whole arc, even when he was killing the kami. And we have to bring back that idea, because the snake is called a kami. And everyone calls him Eneru, but that's not what he shows up in my thing as, but I'll call him Eneru.
What does he show up in your thing as?
Where is it? I wrote it down. I think so.
Yeah, every translation picks a slightly... There's so many L/R sounds in Skypiea that different translations are way more different here than anywhere else.
I think one of them was Eneru and one of them was an L.
Weird. Oh, the colored version probably was an L, because I think the Viz is Eneru.
I could also be wrong. I could just have been talking to people.
I think the colored version that you read probably was an L.
Anyways, he also calls the snake God of the Sky, which is fascinating because the first snake is down here, right? And is called, I think, same thing too, and is called the Kami. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And then when we go into the whole curse and how he's like, I'm going to go in, and they have this huge fight. And often, you know, that when two characters of great passion with good intentions are fighting each other, and you're looking for who's right and who's wrong, and you realize there's a little bit of right and wrong in all of us. I like that that's what their relationship is they both have moments of being right and wrong. And I think that makes this so beautifully powerful. And so when he puts his entire crew on the line to go find in the German version is NLIC, when he puts his entire crew in the cage and they go off to find a cure for all the people, and he is successful and comes back, and then they still end up having this giant fight, and he kills a second snack.
Yeah?
I'm not gonna lie.
Uh-huh.
No.
Uh-huh.
Did we really need to kill another snack?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when he finally decides, Calgara finally decides to kill the snake, and they become friends, and they come back and save everyone. It's this cool thing when we see him waking up sick in bed, wrapped up after having been attacked and having gotten into the fight. But this here, what you people are doing is despicable. You say it doesn't bother us to offer human sacrifices. Do you really think that? Even if the girl you saved yesterday was my own daughter? How could you? You told your own daughter to give up her own life. Pantori could hear the voices of the gods. You can't possibly understand what power his words have over us. Pantori's words are the gods' words. Obeying them is the way of this village. And then to have him have to go against himself and fight on the behalf of somebody that just a moment later he was like trying to kill. Oh, no, this one is much smaller. It must be Kashigami's child. He's come to judge you. And then he ends up saying, no, am I being judged or am I dying in an accident? And I thought that their fight was absolutely fantastic. I know that the snake had to die theoretically in this fight in order for them to finish battling out their will of their ways and change their perspectives. But I still hate the dying of the snake. I'm not
Okay.
going to lie to you.
You're allowed to.
Damn right I'm allowed to. It made me sad to my whole core. So, when we finally see the little tiny snake, the Chulala snake, who I'm sure is, do you think that's who becomes Nola, that they live that long?
I think I'm pretty sure the implication is that's Nola, because there's not another snake for it to have reproduced with.
Listen, let me just tell you, I know it's Nola.
Yeah, because its name.
I just need to hear you say it.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I get you. Yeah, it's like it's named after Noland.
Yeah, I know who it is.
Yeah. Okay,
when
fair. Sometimes I can't read your fake sincerity as sarcasm. Just every once in a while, I miss it.
Sometimes I win at the obvious game, and then I get points. And when she comes out, and then they decide they love this one. Oh, he must be her grandchild. A snake. And you're like, you killed the first two, you mean little monsters. But I'm glad you're bonded. Now, okay, here it is. This part we're going to need later on when we are having a conversation in Corkboard Corner.
Okay.
Okay, so he says, I've never seen Calgara laugh like that before. For those of you following along, we're on 290. So what is this thing you want to show us, Calgara? Follow me and you'll see. Hey, you, that's a cliff over there, and we're going to go down. Going down? The sound of this bell. Hey, Calgara, where on earth is that beautiful sound from the bell coming? And then they come down off the steps, and boom, they're in Shandora, the ancient, stunning, full of gold, fully covered, incredible city. Speechless, are you? Shandora, the city of gold. We're the descendants of those who built it, the city of gold. It's like a dream. Woo! It's El Dorado. And then he says, the villagers have already given their consent for you to take what you want. You saved our tribe from the devil-sent disease. Compared to that, this is nothing. But haven't your people been protecting this city for ages? Yes, we've been protecting the city, but we weren't protecting the treasure. To be completely accurate, it was this stone. They're called poneglyphs. We can't read what's written. What's certain is that this city of Shandora was destroyed in a fight to protect this stone. A sacrifice of that magnitude leaves us no choice but to continue to protect it. It's our duty as descendants to protect the proof that our ancestors fought and lived. We respect our ancestors. Our ancestors died and were taken to heaven. We need this. The sound of this bell is really a message to let them know we are right here. So we continue to ring the bell. We are going to need that one later.
That's coming back in the corkboard.
290.
We've had a conversation about this ahead of time. I'm very excited for that conversation.
And so the little snack who becomes Nola absolutely frickin' adores the sound of that bell, which I think means something later.
I want to tell Kaido something quick. I forgot to send Mama Drock the bell. If someone can find a YouTube video of the bell ringing so that she can hear the sound that doesn't have any spoilers in the title or anything, and they want to send it in the book club Discord, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, because you said that it sounded like the birds.
I think I remember that correctly, but I could be misremembering.
Okay, because I would be interested.
The little one sounded like the birds, so I conflated it in my head. That's what it was. The big one sounds just cool.
He super loved the panel, you can tell, with the dancing, because when he's doing the panel, which I'm going to call montage, and everyone is dancing around and being friends and catching giant fish and drinking together and piercing in the sunset. There's one where they're all dancing around a fire in the same way. Montage. 1 month after the landfall. I was sad.
Whoa.
I was sad to see this story end, and I have to tell you, that's not always the case when you're inside of a piece of narrative. You're watching a movie, and they're doing side stories. You're like, "Can you hurry up?" And in this one, I was like, "No, friendship."
I still get that way in One Piece in a way most people don't, where I'm like, get back to the story. Even with the flashbacks that I look back on, like, that's the coolest shit. I still can't crush that part of my brain that's like, but I get back to Luffy.
I always just remind you, like in this one, I didn't even think about it until just now, that because I didn't think about it, but yeah, I was like, no, I'm having so much fun here. This is such a good time. And then they go back and I'm like, oh, I mean, I love these people, but I know what happens to him. And now I have to know about his bad death. I don't want to go to the future. The future is bad. And so I love also that they had a cultural misunderstanding that the trees were already dead, that they were cutting them down. They were trying to save the rest of the trees, but that he didn't understand that they were the ancestors. It's also something that my mentor said to me, that he was a Cowichan person. He passed recently, and he told me to always remember that the very first ancestors aren't people. The very first ancestors are mountains and trees and rivers and water. And so I thought it was beautiful when he said, for me especially, it felt very, very personal when he talked about the trees being ancestors, because that is absolutely true for many people from Indigenous nations. And then they have this misunderstanding and they end up just going back out onto the boat. And the poor snack Nola is just absolutely devastated. The moon is staring at him, as the moon seems to do. And to have this cultural misunderstanding fixed, not in the nick of time, when Calgara has to run out into the ocean and scream and cry, "We'll wait for you. Come back, my friend. You are welcome here, Noland." And then they both stand on the ships and cry at each other. Good God, now I'm wazzing again.
We tick up the crying on stream counter to 3.
Oh, God, I'm wazzing. Well, listen to this part. Okay, I'm not going to cry. You won't make me cry.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Uh-huh.
so that when you return, your boat won't get lost in the ocean, so that you won't lose your way to this island, even in a storm. Let us meet again, my friend. We will ring the bell, waiting for you. We'll meet again, I promise. Okay, no, I'm wazzing. Oh, my poor eyeballs. But that was so beautiful, and I admire the way that Oda says, let there be tears. Let people feel deeply for each other. Let people regret. And
I think there's something beautiful about the fact that he has people say things all the time that are like, men shouldn't cry, etc., etc. But what you're being shown constantly is the beauty of people feeling their feelings, despite what they're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we go back. Oh.
Don't sound too excited.
Because Nolan gets killed. This isn't a non-Wazzy time. We go back. Nolan goes home. He sees his family. The kings hear the things about there being riches and gold, and they're immediately like, let's put a crew together, but instead of the regulars, let's make soldiers your crew, which is always a thing that works out well for everybody.
What a great idea that Nolan should be so excited about happening.
Yeah, exactly. And then they go back, and it's clear that, I mean, Nolan knows right away because he's been there before, and he sees the house and it's split in half, and he's just like devastated. And the king is like, why did you deceive me? And they beat him, and he lays there on the ground where his friend should be, where an entire community of people are missing, and his heart is broken. What happened to the island? And then he says, Calgera, and just lays there bleeding on the ground.
The fact that he's not upset that they think he's a liar. He's not upset that he's losing face. He's worried his friend is dead.
Yeah. Wazzing. Oh, so many tears. And then he has a public execution, and they hire a person to lie and say that it was a bald-faced lie and absolutely decimate his character to the point that it becomes a story that is told to children for 400 years. Nolan the liar.
It becomes the culture of the West Blue, or North Blue? I think North Blue, to tell the story of this guy lying and tricking the king as a morality fable.
But you have to do that if you are the people who are trying to make things happen. So don't let me forget that I have to talk about the lie being important.
Okay.
Oh, I got to move forward now. So then we go forward a few years, and we see the Sneck growing up, and they're feeding the Sneck apples, and then we watch them get torn asunder and have their land bolted into the sky. And then a separate piece of beanstalk pierces through the section of the old city and stabs the golden bell into another realm. And they are so lost to time that the people who live in the upper yard don't even know that there is a lower section of a great city that once existed, and they don't know where to find the bell. And then the fighting begins, and the deaths toll up, and Calgera screams out in his fight before being killed, bring back the light of Shandera. And then we fast forward part of the way to the great warrior Calgera continued to shout, bring back the light of Shandora. Even once would have been fine if he believed that the sound of the light of Shandora would tell his friend Nolan everything, tell him that they were right. But that bell did not ring even once.
It's a little bit brutal.
Yeah, I don't have words now. Now I'm sad. You talk about Nola.
So while you gather yourself, I am going to read Kaito Luminous, our beautiful mods. They've done so much to help us. Speech about why they love Nola. Let me clear my nose. I love Nola for a lot of reasons, but to fully appreciate him, I think it's best to start from the beginning with his backstory that is interlinked with Noland and Kalgara. On the island of Jaya, we've only seen 3 giant snakes like Nola. Him, his father, his grandfather. After Grandpa Nola was killed by Noland and his father by Kalgara's hand, only Nola remained as a baby snake orphan. Then we have a theory portion that needs to be skipped because you don't know about enough yet. Anyway, after his father died, Nola befriended Noland and Kalgara with his sweet nature and love for the Golden Bell. The Shandians were even the ones to give him the name of Noland, naming him after Noland, the savior of the tribe. For a time, Nola lived in peace with the Shandians, not just as the child of their deceased god, but as a member of their tribe and dear friend. Everything changed when the majority of Jaya was sent flying into the sky via the knock-up stream, causing him to lose everything. The Golden Bell was lost, having been sent flying by Giant Jack and the Shandians being either killed or chased away from their homeland. This causes Nola, for the second time in his life, to lose everything and everyone he cared for. For the next 400 years, Nola would scour the upper yard and search for the Golden Bell that he loves, and is the last connection to the friends he has. The sad truth is... Nope, I accidentally scrolled and now I lost my place. Sad truth is, for those 400 years, he searched that island over and over again, with the areas he could search becoming smaller and smaller every time he shed his skin, becoming bigger. In fact, you could tell that he couldn't have even found the actual city of Shandora until the Straw Hats arrived, given the way he reacted to seeing the city for the first time in 400 years during the battle. Once he saw where he was, automatically started searching the area for anyone, his friends from the past, along with looking for the bell, every time he says shalala being his way of saying, where are you? Now, I know the One Piece community, they see Nola as a silly snake or just another character to glance over, but when I look at Nola, that's not what I see. I see a sweetheart of a snake that's lonelier than Laboon, having been alone and looking for his lost friends for over 400 years compared to Laboon's 50 years of waiting. He reminds me of Choo Choo, looking after his long-lost treasure of the Golden Bell, which not only is a sound he loved, but his treasure, for that bell is the only thing he has left of his friends. Nola is a somewhat derpy, giant, venomous snake, but he's very lonely, kind-hearted, and gentle most of the time in the arc. Being violent was either because Luffy was flailing around inside of him, causing him to thrash in pain, or him trying to protect his home from people fighting within it, from destroying everything. He's a kind snake who craves company, even willing to let people party atop his head after the battle is over, and remember his friends of the past, always trying to find his way back to them. So despite Nola not being remembered very fondly at all by the One Piece community, I feel is one of the most tragic and overlooked characters in the franchise, who has combined the tragicness of Laboon and Choo Choo, 2 very beloved One Piece animals, and is one of my favorite animals in One Piece, who even reminds me of myself, wanting to hold on to something special that was shared between me and friends I've lost. Oh my is God, incredibly sweet and sad, and almost has me tearing up. Thank you so much, Kaido, for that. I think that is beautiful observations about an animal who, yeah, most people see as just the silly snake.
That just does not make me feel less sad now.
No, I'm actually closer to tearing up after that than I was before.
Yeah, that's crushing, because as I was reading, I kept being like, this little tiny snake knows that each one of these men killed like two of its snake people. Mm-hmm. And here it is, just allowing and becoming part of a community. I was like, how much grace do you have to do that? So thank you so much for that, thinking of that backstory so deeply. It just puts such a rich, such a deep, rich piece to this.
It's one of those things that's so great about One Piece, is that the story is so rich and deep that there can be a character who to most people you can gloss over, who if you look at closer has so much depth and character and importance, and you can understand why most characters in the series might be someone's favorite, because there's so much hidden value and charm and depth and character to so many little pieces of this world. And getting to hear someone's take on one of the smaller bits, I always find so charming, because you get to see something that you might have overlooked otherwise.
Yeah, I would agree. Whew. Yeah, I think that it's a good amount of time to cut to. I think it could get to YouTube.
It will. I will put that in YouTube.
All right, let's go fast forward to the future when they have made Nolan a liar,
Yep,
and
they
they
did that.
have used him as a cautionary tale, and made everything that he believed in wrong, but then had his family go off and years later and try to take back his reputation. And now Conis is coming out and she's helping everyone move onto their boats. She's decided to leave the ship, even though she told the Straw Hats that was where she was going to be, because she knows that she's got to be helpful. And lightning is flying down all around everyone. It's absolutely decimating and destroying. And at this point, I think that Nola is dead, and I am not happy. And then all of a sudden, there's a huge panel of Luffy's face. There is no way I am giving that golden bell, eneru. And then right away, boom, chapter 294, with Kingdom Come. Eneru is standing up there and can feel Luffy moving towards him, but just has no worry whatsoever. And lightning bolts, but only somehow takes off the top section. And Luffy starts to fall back down towards the ground, and boom, the top section of the beanstalk comes flying down, and Luffy grabs on and is keeping himself there. And he says, "You just wait there and I'll show you something really interesting." And he begins to create another one of those giant Kingdom Come pieces. I love it. I love this part because Nami comes back and fights with Luffy. She is not running away from the fight. She is coming to the fight, and she's demanding that that she be part of the end game with Luffy. And I think that that's massive growth for her and her character. And then, how far down is it? Should I go to it? The Kingdom Come falls and destroys the entire area of Skypiea. It sinks through, falls to the ground, and annihilates it. And Luffy is standing there with his hand inside of the golden bell, and Nami's like, "We need to leave." And he's like, "No, I can't do that." "Can't? What? Why are you saying? Even if I don't have to save you anymore, I still have some unfinished business here. The golden bell is up there in the sky. The golden bell, who cares about the gold? It doesn't matter anymore." And then she goes on with all these reasons, and he says, "It really exists. It does matter. It wasn't a lie." And they have all these flashbacks where Luffy understands just how important that it is that he finished this not for himself, but for other people, because what happens to other people matters to him. And I'm not going to rescue myself, because how would I live with who I am if I left? I'm the only person who knows that this is here and can give Cricket peace. So I'll be damned if I'm going to go. And that is just incredible. So he says, "I'm going to ring that golden bell." And flash forward to when we hear, I do like that when he gets to the top, though, Enru just kicks his hand off of the boat and goes, because then you're like, well, that was anticlimactic, but
Yeah.
you know something's going to happen. But
Eneru doesn't care at all about being like dramatic. He's like, "No, just leave," because he sees himself as so above him. He's not like, "This is a great standoff with my rival." It's like, "Idiot, go away. How many times do I have to kick you down this beanstalk?"
And it's so great that he just kicks his hand off, because it's the exact opposite of most villains who need to stand there and tell you all the reasons and talk you to death. Instead, he's like, "Kick, there, go back down." When the leaf falls down to the bottom of the beanstalk and all of the people are looking at it, and they decide to use what do they use there? A very easy way to do this would have just been to write a message that said, "Bean, cut to the west," or "cut stalk west," or something. But they send down a thing that has the directions on it and circle west. And I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. There's some simplicity in the drawing in that. You don't have to draw as much, but
yeah,
I think it would have been easy to do other things. And for me, I think we see that image, and then they have an area that they both signed, so they do write things. They could have just wrote, because there's a clear area here where they wrote something else, so they knew that it was from Luffy and Nami. So they could have just wrote it, because it's clear that they just scribbled on a message and then they put that. But we see it in the panels 1, 2, 3 times from different angles to make sure that we see all the different panels, and then they circle that one area. And then I think it's great that his crew, I like it that his crew sees it and they immediately go, oh my God, that idiot is going to drive up once we tip the beanstalk, and drive right up to him. Like, they know exactly what's on Luffy's mind, because it's so Luffy. and they're like, all we can do is help, because what else are we going to do? Luffy's going to do it no matter what. And then they say, those guys are our only hope. And they go, all right, let's get this done. And I like that they made that choice, because the Straw Hats are all working together now. Luffy knows that the rest of his Straw Hats are at the bottom. He knows he can depend on them. He knows that his crew are a crew. They get tighter and tighter and tighter as the story goes through. There's a lean in. And I love that for us. And then the next page is Monkey Luffy wearing a monkey outfit over top of his thing. It looks like monkey pajamas, because Oda was like, did I mention that Luffy's name is Monkey, and he might be a monkey, and I'm going to give you 15,000 different versions of he might be a monkey in this arc. And so when we... What?
An idea you're very fond of.
He's a monkey.
All right, you can say what you want.
I like that in between this arc and the next arc, there's that, I must say, very weird area where we meet some sea monkeys sticking out of giant waves. And he's all the sea monkeys' faces are coming out, and Monkey D. Luffy is, or as some people like to call him, what did I call him? Monkey Lee Doofy.
That was the right one, but it is funny to go into, some people like to call him, and then immediately pause to get clarification on that. Another flub that's getting left in.
He is curious, George. I agree. He
Monkey
looks so
Lee
much like
Doofy is
Curious
the flub
George.
that keeps on giving.
I loved that thing, because they're like, oh, sea monkeys. And Eneru also calls him, you're that blue sea monkey. So I thought that
Blue
was pretty
Sea
cool.
monkey, a monkey from the Blue Sea.
A monkey from the Blue Sea. Monkey Lee Doofy, the monkey of the Blue Sea. So then when he does the sea monkey afterwards, that's pretty cool, because it almost feels like a nod. And so you think that it's going to go one way, and all the different people, of course, Zoro's it out, because Zoro, and he takes an entire stalk of the beanstalk down so that he can knock it. And then we see the reject thing, and our great good friend decide to use it again and put himself at risk. And I think that Wiper is just always bringing it. And then Nola to be called by his friends and say, Nola, you're asleep. And they laugh. Come here, we're going to ring the bell. And wake him up, and then walk. I can't look at these panels anymore. I can't look at these panels anymore now that I've heard the Nola backstory idea. I actually am tearing up so hard I can't see the damn panel.
Mark it 4 times, crying on stream.
Okay, so here we are.
Here we go.
Okay, so he's slithering after his friends as they walk away, going Tula, Tula, and then all of a sudden he realizes that his friends aren't there, and they get further and further into the distance, and he cries, and he wakes up with all his might. He screams Julala and smashes as hard as he can into the beanstalk and partially tips it over. And I thought it was sad before. Now? Oh, good God. I'm in the puffiest, most silly eyes when I'm emotional damage is right. Ooh. Okay, here we go. When this is done, I'm going to see your dad, and he's going to be like, why are your eyes puffy? What's going on?
Yeah, there are some people who, when they cry, it doesn't look that obvious and affect them that much. The two of us are not those people.
We are not those people. Our face says, I was crying.
Just a heads up. Let you know what's going down on my end. Crying.
I'm going to need you not to be mean to me because I'm a crier. Okay. So then all the crew, Robin tells the whole backstory of Luffy and why he's trying to ring the golden bell and why it matters. And she says the coolest thing. He's a romantic. Even when things look hopeless, he would give up his chance to escape just for that. He's a bit crazy. And then she says, Wiper says, what is the name of his descendant? Mont Blanc Cricket. Then this ancestor from 400 years, his name must have been Noland. And then Wiper starts to cry. Thanks a lot, Wiper. I just got my stuff together.
It's so beautiful. I also think in that moment
you have to pet the boy.
Oh, my boy, come here. Come here, baby. He's sleeping. Ooh. Sorry, it's gonna take a second. I think there's something. Good boy. There's something to be said about this moment. I love how you see. I think Robin immediately understands Luffy as a person better than most people.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree.
In the moment where Luffy convinced Robin not to give up and to fight to live, and it made Robin want to follow him and join the crew, I think in that instance, Robin saw deeply who Luffy really was all at once.
Yeah.
And that's what we see here in her reaction of course he would. That's our captain.
That's Luffy.
That's who he is.
That's who we got. Yeah, I would completely agree. I love that when that it takes everybody, that Nola, that Wiper twice, that Zoro, that everybody has to come together to make it fall. And then Luffy understands how precious and how difficult it must have been. Like, he's just waiting for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But he understands how deep and precious it is. And so because of that, he says, we're not going to miss this opportunity. Give it everything you got. And she presses and starts to take them up because they realize she's their best hope, because obviously Luffy's not going to ride the Wave Rider.
No,
and he's trying to crush. He's trying to crush the Vars, but it's not happening, and he's trying to push down on it. And then Wiper is like, no, this has got to happen. The upper yard isn't budging. What tremendous power! Why could we not see the truth for the last 400 years? And Wiper is standing there and waiting, and all of a sudden, Eneru goes, give me that. Some people just can't take a hint. Give me that golden ball. I'm sick of waiting. I've just had it with you people. Kingdom come. And everyone is down there waiting on their boats, staring up at the sky without any hope for themselves, no way to control or do everything. And then Nami says, Luffy, not there. That's a whirlpool of wind and lightning. There's no telling what will happen to you. And Luffy says, yeah, no, I think I'll do this anyways. Gum gum fireworks. And then one of my very favorite, and I almost had you draw this one. This was one of the things that I thought was so powerful. Golden peony. And you just see his rubber arm flying in every direction with the golden ball on the end. And that moment you realize Eneru gave Luffy the tools he needed to defeat him. Mm-hmm. By putting his hand inside of the gold, Luffy was able to clear like this person says, red potato, to clear the sky. And so you're just like, yeah, dude, thanks for giving me the tools I needed. Now, here we go. So before it can go, this one has so many panels with such great dialogue, this arc. I've never felt like I needed to read more. Just such good dialogue.
And like, because it feels like two different types of dialogue we're getting the peak of, which are like dramatic, epic fantasy, but also there's really good, just like 80s action film dialogue.
Yes. But then also the sad is sadding, the happy is happying, the scary is scarying.
On that note, I want to go backwards for a second. Like when you talked about Wiper crying hearing about Kalgara, can you think about how affirming it is to be told you have inherited a 400-year-old promise. You represent a person who promised to meet their friend 400 years ago, and we have no idea that person exists. We don't know if his legacy has carried on, and it hasn't. His legacy is destroyed, and yet he gets to find out that another person has carried on the other side of that promise for 400 years. That there is another person, and that the thing driving the hero who's running to save him right now is wanting to help them achieve that promise, wanting to help the two of them live up to a 400-year-old oath they carry. It's so beautiful.
Absolutely. And to add to that, he did know that Nolan's legacy had carried on in a negative way, because the chief told him, however many years, when Gold D. Roger came up, that he had told him about Nolan the liar, and how even though Nolan went to the gallows to die and died standing behind the name of Shandora, that they used him as an example of lies. And so he knows that all of these years, the promise was broken. He's the one who has been left to fulfill it from his ancestor, and that down on the earth, his reputation is absolute dirt. And yet then he finds out that there is somebody who is still fighting from his ancestry to have the truth and to restore his reputation. That must be insane to feel those feels.
Someone else is carrying a 400-year-old promise, even though it, just like you, even though it's killing them, even though it is destroying them in body and mind to carry it the same way it has for you, someone else is carrying that promise with them. That's so beautiful. Absolutely.
This person makes a really good point. How much longer can you work on this one, Dry?
That's Kaido. Quite a while. The paint over process is where drawings improve the most for me, and the paint over is gonna be pretty extensive. We actually just started the paint over, but it upgrades things a lot. Someone asked if there's a Discord. There is a Discord. There should be a link in my Twitter bio or Twitch bio. That's where we post all the updates and everything.
And Discord, we go in and have chats. That's where a lot of people go, and we chit chat, and I get to come in there and tell people about things and ask some questions. Discord is like, for me, a gold mine. Not gonna lie. Okay. So now we're at a point that later on is going to be used again. Because Captain McKinley, this is the commies domain. It's pointless. I don't need a point. When humans are made to stand at the edge of the abyss of death, what else is there for them to do but pray? And then everyone, the next time we hear the song of the island again, the fighting will stop. Listen, Susu, do you think the gods exist? If they did, do you think they'd save us? And then she falls to her knees. Please, if you really exist, please protect those people. And then everyone, there's an amazing panel of everyone down on their knees. Give us a miracle. Gods, please protect this country. And everybody is sitting in there. And then, boom, the panel flips over and they say, please protect this country, God. And then full panel of Luffy in the middle of a cleared sky with the black dissipating, the gold ball in the middle, and screams out, "Let the sun shine!" And then off to the next chapter. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, something tells me, based off of your theory, you might find some sort of evidence in a country of people begging gods to save them, cutting to Luffy, first of all, in this chapter, saying "let the sun shine" and going for a big punch, and in the next chapter, expressing immediately the thought, "what good is a god who can't save his people?"
Exactly.
So I feel like if you were looking for evidence that Luffy might be a sun god, as you are, this might look something like evidence.
In my opinion, this entire damn thing was like, hey, here's some evidence. Here's some more evidence.
Mm-hmm.
The ball of storm clouds has disappeared. What happened? Luffy, what? Says him. And then, oh, God dang it.
He does make the sun shine as people are praying for gods to save them. That's true.
I do look down at this panel, and what do we have here? Wiper down on his knees because he knows the truth. Ring it, Straw Hat. Ring the light of Shandora. And then Luffy, one after another, winds up his arm into the greatest punch. He goes 200 million volts. And then he tries to stop Luffy, sticks the thing through him. And then Luffy is like, "You've underestimated me, dude." Rewinds up his arm. Rocket! Gum Gum Rocket! Are you going to use the same thing? You bet I am. Until I reach. Gum Gum Reach! And then right there from in your drawing, boom, his hand goes through the top of the ship, out onto the bell. Smash! The sound rallies across the sky. El Dorado was in the sky. So good. So good. And then right in the next chapter, 299, the bell starts to fall from the top of the clouds. Eneru lands on the ground. "Can you hear that, Diamond Head, old guy? Can you hear it, monkeys?" And it rings out for everyone to hear as it falls. And all of the compass birds immediately start flying out to the sound. "We found it. El Dorado is real." And you get to see every single person's deep emotions all the way across. "We kept you waiting for so long. I hope it reaches your descendant." And then the greatest good snake, Nola, crying and crying and crying and reaching up. Chulala. This chapter, you know what it should have been called? Joy.
I want to express a beautiful comment from chat from Regina. Nolan and Calgara may have never met again since they departed, but because the bell is meant to guide their ancestors home, they hope that they got to meet again once the bell was rung.
You're terrible.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah, that killed me too. Emotional damage. This chapter is joy. This 299, I felt like I had so many joy tears. And then we go down to the earth and we get to see Cricket stare up. And the very first thing he says isn't about him. And that's something that made this incredible. The very first thing out of Cricket's mouth when he hears the bell ring is, "Now that's a great adventure."
It's very beautiful.
Joy. Woo!
What a wonderful arc.
Try number 4. And then we find out that, just like I thought, it was sun projecting through them. So I get a gold star for that.
Sure, yeah.
Don't sure me.
Yeah,
I
sure.
get a gold star. And then we
gold
see...
Star.
I see it right there, right beside the gold thing, and it looks amazing. And then we see Luffy jumping for joy right out in the sky. So, kid, El Dorado really was up there. Thank you. And then he bawls and he goes, what's wrong? What's the matter? Are you feeling sick, boss? Those guys. I'm so glad they're okay. Oh, Cricket, you're such a good kid. Oh,
Yep.
I hate this chapter, but I love it. I just love this chapter so much, and I hate it so much. Woo! People are trolling in chat.
Yeah, I've seen Kaido deleting some stuff. Don't worry. Oh, someone did say Skypiea is filler, though, right? Because as a comment to the fact that some people say to skip it. No, how could you? Come on, listen to this.
No,
let Mama Drock serenade you about the beauty of Skypiea.
Yeah. I have loved this arc with my whole heart. I loved when Asa got her bag of Var's treasure back. I love watching all of the Skypeans walking onto the upper yard. I love watching all of the Shandians coming from the forest to walk in. Their healing wiper. I like watching people's attitudes are changing. Are you sympathizing with him? Yeah, I am. I don't think you understand. And then out comes the greatest good boy, Chopper. Mr. Raccoon, I'm a reindeer. Look, horns. And all of the amazing things that happen. And Robin leading them to get themselves some dials rather than gold, because that's going to be the thing that's going to be worth the most in the end. And it's just one great thing after another. And finding out that all of the Cammy's original people are still alive, and that Conis's dad is still alive, like, ugh.
I do love that because his death scene was played so straight and cold, the Straw Hats being mad at him being alive, like, we mourned you!
Yeah.
What do you mean you're alive?
Like, and then he says, sorry for being alive. Yeah.
Great bit.
So then, oh yeah, that it's so romantic not going down and telling him, but ringing the bell. I agree. It really fits with that idea that Robin says. Like, I didn't think about Luffy as being a romantic character until Robin said it.
I mean, and there's a reason the first chapter is called Romance Dawn.
Yeah, I know, and I agree, but it still was amazing to me because even though the first chapter was called Romance Dawn, it's the idea of a romantic voyage, a romantic adventure,
yeah.
da-da-da-da-da. But it wasn't until Robin called Luffy himself romantic, and I like being surprised. So I thought, like, exactly, Robin, that's the exact right word for it. I also enjoy, for me, that when he takes Maxim off, he goes to the great endless verse in the sky, which he says, wide endless verse, to the divine world that floats brilliantly in the night, which makes me think that the moon might be a place of many gods.
Well, that's where he's going.
Yeah, so even though I saw the moon as being a place of a singular god, I think now that he's going there and calls it a divine world, that makes me feel like it's a place of many, many gods.
All I know is you definitely didn't do what I said you should and make sure you read or watch a recap of Princess Kaguya before reading this arc, or you'd be planting that all over this.
Yeah. Anyways, it's a place of many gods for now. I love the way that they have yet another fire. Like, I swear to God, Oda was like, I'm in a fire phase.
There's something he made this really classic adventure about a campfire.
Oh, 100%. But we've had 4.
I think, Kaido, that is a prediction to say that you think the moon is a realm of many gods.
Yeah. And that it's a godlike world because it feels like the yeah, no, I'm not going to go into that yet because I'm going to do some research now.
Okay.
And then Luffy with the let's party, and then everybody has a deep party because you did not let me down, Drock, because so many times I hate it when we don't have our celebrations after doing great good things. But in side of One Piece, they never let us down on having a good party. And actually showing panels about it, not just saying, and then they partied.
And like, there might be times where there's not a party after one arc because there's more to do, but you know that it's coming eventually.
Yeah, and like this person said, it's cool how the drums of battle are replaced by the drums of celebration. Exactly.
Aw.
So they're still using the reverberation of music, and then now instead of calling people to battle, they're calling people to celebrate because joy. Because joy.
Because joy.
Now we go into how they're going to steal the gold. They creep inside of the snake who's knocked out cold because of partying. And meanwhile, they want to give them great big gold. And they carry back up the thing that they're going to give them. I still think, though, that in the spirit of pirating, I'm glad they got to steal some gold because it's more piratey.
And, like, they've been doing this for a while without stealing any gold, and it's crazy how little gold they've stolen.
Yeah, and so it was good to get to see it. Now we have a problem.
What's that?
Now, I think we're going to need to talk about some poneglyphs.
Are we heading to corkboard?
Well, it is the last 2 chapters.
Okay, fair enough. We'll do the actual in-canon discussion before we get to why they're part of the corkboard.
And we find out that Robin can read this. And then because I think what Oda was thinking is that this arc hadn't been very emotional. And so he wanted to add some emotion.
Yeah,
so
it's definitely pretty light on the emotion, this arc.
It was pretty basic. And so he wanted to have a moment where he had Robin read out the glyphs and release the Shandians from their 400-year time of guarding the poneglyph and let them know that they no longer had to stand guard for it, which then the chief starts crying, and they get to feel what it feels like to actually finish a quest. What a great way to get to end. But more importantly for us, the ancient weapon that bears the name of God, Poseidon, its location. An ancient weapon? Why does it talk about something like that? Ugh, another weapon, a different one from the Pluton in the Alabasta? To think that such dangerous things continue to sleep in this world even now. All right, well, I don't want to know things like this. And that's when I said, okay, good. Robin is a good kid. She doesn't care about that.
Just wants the
Thank
history.
God. And then, hey, you, aren't those things carved over there in the same language? I hereby guide this document to its end. Pirate Gold D. Roger. The Pirate King? It can't be. On Sky Island? How does he know these letters? It says Roger there? Did you know him? Well, it's been more than 20 years since he came to this place. He was a pirate of the Blue Sea. Is that his name carved there? Yes, although I don't know how he managed to get to this bell. Still, we definitely have concrete proof here. Come to think of it, there are 2 types of poneglyph stones. Stones with information and stones that show the locations of others. This stone is a stone of information. It can't be. Is the real poneglyph? And then she realizes that they are all threaded together. Yes, there are several poneglyphs that hold information scattered throughout the world. I'm sure that by connecting them and reading them, they will become a document that fills in the blank history for the first time. Connecting them will complete a text, the real poneglyph, which doesn't yet exist. I'm certain that the Pirate King Goldie Roger has delivered this document to its destination. And then he cries, so we no longer have to fight. Our ancestors' wish was fulfilled.
Oh, I also want to add in here real quick. Kaido pointed out that Roger got to a giant golden bell and chose not to ring it.
Yeah, he did.
Weird choice.
No, not weird choice. So there's got to be things for it, like I talked about before. So we'll get there.
Very quick, I want to go back to a comment from forever ago because I think before we move on, I think I just want to address it. I saw someone redeem a highlighted message and ask who you thought was stronger between Eneru and Crocodile. And can I just say, can we not insult Eneru by putting these 2 in the same field? like even beyond lightning is a stronger devil fruit than sand in basically every way. Crocodile didn't have mantra. Crocodile didn't have martial arts skills. Crocodile was flailing a hook. This dude just better. Like, Luffy struggled against Eneru just as much. Maybe not just as much, but close to as much, even though he was stronger at this point, and his fruit is a direct counter.
Yep.
Like he should have the easiest time.
When I saw that, and I meant to get back to it, I was thinking about how if Crocodile flew apart of sand, that Eneru could turn him into a really beautiful piece of art.
Yeah, you'd have a lovely crocodile-shaped statue.
Yeah. Oh, she said it, glass. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a beautiful crocodile glass sculpture.
He wouldn't even have to do it as a glass sculpture. Could let him come apart and then do something really whimsical.
And let's say you take devil fruits away. I think Eneru's a better fighter and has mantra.
The mantra is the real advantage, too.
Oh, absolutely. Because, like, let's say you take away the devil fruit stuff, right? And
yeah.
You just, they have sea stone brass knuckles and they're just boxing. Crocodile never hitting that guy.
Yeah. I have seen the cool things with those lightning strikes in sand. They're beautiful. I would love to get one. Yeah.
He's going to be a very spiky statue.
I would be worried that I would break it, and it would be very sad.
It's sad and honestly dangerous. One of those breaks, and it's a problem.
Bazillions of pieces. I love that the way they get off of being in Skypiea is to fall off the edge of a cliff, comedically have a giant octopus thing come out and like turn into a balloon.
I told you this in our call. I can't express why, but this balloon octopus is one of my favorite animals in One Piece. I don't have a speech like Kaido does. There's no reason to love it, but I love this little dude. He's so good. Great little friend.
I don't know what it is about this kid, but he might be one of the... He's so cute, and he shouldn't be able to be that cute as an octopus.
I love him. He's so good.
It doesn't make sense. But I do love him.
Someone wants to know who is the better fit between Crocodile and Eneru. That's a contest.
Oh, that is a contest.
Very different aesthetics they're going for. I think Crocodile. It's a little more classic. It's a little less experimental, but he kind of just nails it.
For me, I really like Crocodile because he looks more like a rock star of the 1980s, whereas I think Eneru, even though Eneru is more naked, he really is. So it's just not, it's not the thing for me. We have talked about the poneglyphs on the bell, but we haven't talked about any symbols or anything yet. This chapter at the end is so annoying. Hear me out. Chapter 303, right? And this is what I was saying, like, oh my God, this next arc better be bubblegum and just let me take my brain on a vacation.
I have told you, here, not a spoiler counter, ticked up again. The next arc, I think you could be comfortable. It's very short, and you could be comfortable reading it on a surface level. Not need to dig in. It's not Jaya. You don't need to pull out your fine-tooth comb. You can just read it.
And we're not doing for G8. Real. You believe that I can just relax.
I look, things happen. It's still a story, but like I think you can give it a surface level reading, and you'll be fine.
I better be. Because look at this. We get to the end of the story and we're like, we're at the end of the story. And he's like, you stuck with me in my silly dreams for years, even when you didn't have to. No, of course we did. Why wouldn't we? What sort of adventure do you want to chase after next? And you're like, that's amazing. Wait a minute. Why are we here? What's this? Jaya, West Coast, Mocktown. What? Why? Why are we here? Run, get out of there. Get away from them. Huff, huff, huff. Why are we having this fight? Who? Why? Oh. It's the Flamingo.
Yeah, Mr. Flamingo should come to town.
And now I understand where they all get their ideas about dreams. So we are going to definitely have some people who believe in a new world of pirating and don't believe in the idea of dreams against people who do.
Mr. Flamingo Man's come to town to say, hey, Bellamy, you got beat up? don't like that.
He says the following thing that made me really mad. It's finally starting. Hurry, hurry, and make preparations. The time has come when only real pirates will survive. Those without power had better run while they can. Like an unstoppable wave, a new age of unmatched power is coming.
What I love about this is this dude has such a similar level of confidence to Blackbeard and is the opposite guy.
Yeah, absolutely. But now I have to go back to that stupid page because I literally said when I read this little interlude, I was like, there are 4 threads I have to follow in here, and I don't have it in me. I've already followed all these threads, so listen up, flamingo face.
Okay.
I'll tackle you on Sunday.
We've had a lot to look at already in Skypiea.
Well, I just feel like I feel like there should be an official FAQ somewhere. Maybe.
Here's the thing. If I have an official FAQ, fewer people will comment on YouTube about the G8 arc, driving down engagement.
Because an 8-hour stream. Woo! Come on now.
I will do a marathon stream once I have built up enough experience that it doesn't exhaust me so much, because I am dead after these.
Oh, I can't even imagine, because I am dead. And then I always say to your dad later in the evening, my throat hurts. I think I have COVID. And then he always says, and I quote, or you've been talking for 4 hours straight. And then I'm like, oh yeah, right, never mind. And then every time we do one of these, I'm always like, I'm so tired. He's like, I wonder why. Okay.
Turns out, uses a bit of your brain.
Yeah, just a bit. Okay, but it's good. This is how you don't get dementia.
Concerning how often you're bringing that up as a reason for doing things.
What about my Jinbei question from last stream? I don't know
what
your
fish?
Jinbei. What fish do I think Jinbei is?
Someone had a question earlier, but it was one that I think you hadn't thought about, or you didn't have an answer to yet and had thought about. Oh, I remember. It was the 4 gods mentioned in the flashback. I'd talked to you about it, and you were like, I don't know yet.
Can I get to Corkboard Corner right now?
Well, first, we got to do subs, but before that, I've got 2 things to say. Hey, first of all, everybody, hey, I know we're here for One Piece. This is the series that's driving the channel, but if you want us to have more emotes, you want us to make partner. If you want us to make partner, you want the channel to do better in general. I do streams every Tuesday. We do all sorts of fun stuff. It's a casual vibe. On weeks where we can't do One Piece, we do other streams on Saturday. I just basically like to chat with people, do art. And recently, I've been doing a series called Chat Designs the Ultimate Blank. They've been so much fun, and I have been shocked at how good of ideas Chat has had. We just posted the video, Chat Designs the Ultimate Pokemon. If you like Pokemon at all, it's so worth checking out. Chat's designs were incredible, and I really want people to get to see them because everybody did such a good job. I genuinely love the Pokemon we ended up with, so check it out. Also, sub on YouTube. Get us to 50,000 subs, and I will dye my hair to look like Marco for the arc where he is first relevant if we get there in time. I'll do full cosplay. I'm gonna thrift shop, get the right top and everything. It's gonna be great. Now, do you want to do your regular plugs before we move on?
I don't know how many plugs people want to listen to, but don't forget to put...
This one's the YouTube one. I mean,
don't forget to put me... Don't forget to put me in a submarine in the subs for the
you're right.
sub.
The subs popping up right now.
Okay, good. Oh, it's so cute. And then, hi everyone in YouTube land. Can everyone in our chat wave to YouTube? Hi everyone in YouTube land. It's me, Mama Drock. You'll recognize me from such places as here and nowhere else because you don't know me. But if you are here and you like what we're doing, please press the like button because it makes me sad when you don't. Because I see that you watched and you didn't press like, and I'm like, they didn't like it. And then I cry. And then people put up the crying emoji. Don't forget that when you subscribe, so that he can get himself looking like Marco, and more importantly, then I can decide to do a family picture time so that he has to have family portraits done that memorialize him for all eternity as a pineapple, I think, that you will be a part of making that happen. It's on context clues, given that somebody said he looked like Pineapple Head. So then he will be a pineapple head for all time in our family photo, and I know you want that. Take that power.
Yeah, to reiterate for people who weren't here earlier, I did say that I was okay telling her that the character was Marco, because I'm going to keep saying the character anyways, and I think being more direct is better, especially because it's not a spoil. There's 1,000 named characters in this series, well over that. I feel like it's not a spoiler that one of them is named Marco, and they have my haircut. I'm not saying who they are, you get no context, just the person with my haircut is named Marco.
Your partner, your wife just said, can we dedicate my Christmas so that it's my Christmas art?
I think there's no way for us to reach that arc in time for Christmas unless we just.
I can't even imagine.
If we didn't take weeks off, we could make it just by Christmas.
People are all going to need to like tell every family member, every friend, be like, I don't care, sup now. It'll be very, very violent, but filled with love. Okay, here we come. Okay, so let's do a little thing about predicting and board cornering, where I just go on a little
spiel, a little rant,
a little rampage. Here we go. I'm going over to my page of things that I said. Oh, good. I printed it in the lightest color I could. That was genius. Holy crap, I forgot about this. Okay, I got to get into it because there's a lot of... I forgot how many parts there were to this theory because I went on a rant and then I was like, what did I say? And you were like, okay, God.
I had to like narrate back to Mama Drock what she said in this rant because she forgot how all the points connected. And I was like, okay, here's what you just said.
Because I told you, sometimes I go into a fever fugue, and then my mind is like, there are all these points that are connected, and it starts putting frickin' yarn everywhere and connecting everything, and then I'm no longer possessed by the connection bug, and I walk out and I'm like, what's going on? What happened?
Kaito, I don't think emote only is going to be needed for this one in particular, because some of this is, I can't give you more information to say. Just, let's run it, let's jump into it.
Rude. Okay. So I still believe that Skypiea was purposely put up in the sky.
Okay.
Not Skypiea. That Shandia was purposely put up in the sky. And so the reason that I do is that there is a whole bunch of things that kind of make it feel like this had to happen because somebody determined it was going to happen. So we already knew that there was a knock-up because we talk about there being pieces of Vars that are inside of Skypiea and they've been using it. But then Eneru makes this point of saying, which we talked about in chapter 274, that you don't belong here. This isn't where you belong. Your story goes back much further than you think, and that this is not where you should be. The land is where the land belongs. People belong down there. Gods belong in this area. So he already tells them, your story goes back much longer than you think. You just don't remember the beginning of it. Now, an interesting thing there is that you then remember that both the Skypieans and the Shandians have wings, different, but wings. And so then I was thinking about how in the story, when Calgera is talking to Noland, he's saying things like, this area, he takes him to the special area that is the City of Gold. And he's like, this area, he doesn't say it was ours. He says it was like ancestors. He takes them to an area that didn't belong to them, but that they are protecting. And then he purposely says they died and they were taken to heaven, and we ring this bell to let them know that we are still doing the work that they needed to do, because there was a great war over this bell. And so I believe that the people of Skypiea were first taken up to the sky many, many, many generations ago. So like 800 years ago, they were taken up to the sky because it was during the time just before when we were having the void century. And so they were put in the sky so that they couldn't A, ring the bell, B, have the poneglyph down on Earth because it was dangerous. And they are the ones that held the information. So by sending them up to the sky, you got rid of the problem and you no longer had to worry about it. But then many, many years later, 400 years later, along comes Nolan. Nolan rolls up to the shore, makes friends. They're talking about the thing. He tells them all about how his ancestors who have been taken to heaven, and they are because they're in frickin' heaven. It said Heaven's Gate. He says died. I think that it might not be a death, rather. I mean, are they dead?
A death of a people, maybe, or
but
a
I
culture.
think it's more of a death of a people or a culture. Yeah. And so they are in this type of place, this heaven. And then Nolan comes and he says, oh my God, I can't believe this. He goes back and he starts talking about this great place that he went to, which was Shangri-La. And he tells all the stories and of the Great Bell and of the sound. And then boom, people are like, oh, you have to take us there. You have to take us to where the gold is. And I think the powers that be, or the people who hold the information, or the gods, or whatever it is, that originally put the Skypeans up there were like, no, screw this. We didn't know that all this time that the Shandians came and did the work of the Skypeans and are still protecting this area, and that all of this is still remembered. We can't have that. Whoosh. They put the knock up right underneath that section of Jaya and take it up to the sky where it becomes Vars. And so when it becomes Vars at the top, you have the difference between the reason that you have the difference between the Skypeans and the Shandians is because they were ancestors of each other, but they're not exactly from the same nations. So they're similar but different, which makes the whole idea around colonialism that much more powerful, because they both originally came from the same place, but now they've been separated by this space of time. I'm just going back to my notes, sorry. We're still protecting the home. Yeah. And so they get rid of this thing and then they don't destroy it. And how do you know one of the other reasons that might be true is that then a beanstalk from the Skypiea area, and you'll notice in other images of Skypiea, beanstalks are used kind of on either side of clouds and other pieces as a way of holding different roads together or different paths that boats can take or rivers. They kind of use it as edging. So the beanstalks are a thing that's in use up there and one of the few things that grows. And then a huge beanstalk is grown right through that separates it into layers so that you have the upper yard where the Shandians were before they were taken out by the Skypeans who had the battles up in Skypiea. But then the part with the bell, even though they separate the old city of Shangri-La from the upper yard, the bell is whoosh, taken right to the top and made so the poneglyph can't be seen by anyone. So you've both separated the city of the Gold City, and then you've separated the bell even to a further part, which shows that that's super intentional. So in my opinion, all of the Skypeans and the Shandians used to both live down in that area, and it wasn't the Shandians' necessary area, the City of Gold. It was what later became the Skypeans. So they literally were taken to heaven. And so all these years they've been ringing the bell, which the Skypeans probably would have heard, because we know that the bell could be heard from heaven to earth, as Luffy showed us. Now let me look.
Yeah, there was a step that went even further beyond.
I'm just looking. Then the government realized, so then in order to make sure that nobody believes this story and nobody thinks that they ever existed, they think of the Golden City as being nothing but a child's story. They turn it into a child's story. They make it a mockery, which is something we do even in modern times, by calling things down, making a joke out of them, and making them seem silly, we make people take things that are serious less serious. So suddenly you make children's books called Noland the Liar. You make Noland a cautionary tale of a person who's a liar who makes up ridiculous stories that could never be believed by people. But instead, what you're doing is covering up the great mystery of the disappearance of an entire section of land and of two groups of people, and stick them up into the clouds. Yeah. Is that where I was? Did I have anything else that I said?
Yes.
Can you give me a hint? Because I'm looking at my words. I've written so many things.
Multiple bells or other instruments, and the reason why it couldn't be destroyed.
Thank you. Okay, so you can't destroy the bell, right? So a person who's thinking might say to themselves, well, that's ridiculous. Why not just destroy the damn poneglyph and the bell? But you can't. Because like Robin has discovered, the poneglyphs all have to be connected, and the bell clearly does more than just ring and tell people that they are keeping the things alive. That's ridiculous, because the bell is obviously important and might be needed to use in the future. Does it set off all the weapons? Does it help to combine information? Is it possible? Because in one of the lines later on inside of there, it actually says, and the bell could be heard across the oceans far and wide, deep, deep into the sea. And so when they said that, I was like, well, for sure then, if you have a bell whose reverberations are felt around the sea, because they literally say that in the story, and it's just one little panel. Oh, I took a picture of it like a smart kid. Then it would make sense then that that bell ends up becoming important later on when we are connecting things together, and when we're in Laugh Town and we're at the end. Maybe there are multiple instruments that all have to ring or be done at the exact same time. Maybe the bell is the instrument, and then there's other things that have to happen in order to create a chain of events that unlock and allow the one piece to be found or have access to it. But he says there is a dark shadow over the land.
You got to specify who he is. You're blazing.
The chief in Shandian says there is a dark shadow below over the land, whose histories are being told up here. And I'll find the page of it, the picture of it in a minute. So then that made me say, like, okay, for sure then that this bell is going to end up having a place later on in the discovering of the One Piece, but also I think it could be used in a couple of different ways, and it might be that it is also a possibility of there being danger, or it's something, the bell and the sound of the bell and some other things are the only thing that can save you if these large weapons are used, because we're putting the weapons together with this bell. Yeah. Before being able to go back to the Grand Line, Nolan's home country, get jurisdiction from the world government, assumedly they had to explain why they would be going. Yes, exactly. Yes, when I read that,
so I was like... So they have to get rid of it and make a mockery of him, because if they don't, their country... Oh my God, you're right. Otherwise, why would you need to point out in the story that they requisitioned permission? And they sent to the world government that they were going, letting the world government know, oh, heads up,
so now the world government knows what's taking place.
The city of gold is still there. Oh, yes. What? That does corroborate.
Yeah.
Thank you for Ron Quixote Dill for... I couldn't say that name with a straight face. Thank you, Ron Quixote Dill, for a really good point to corroborate this theory.
And then there's all sorts of evidence that they lay out here. Over and over again.
Someone says a friend of theirs, they said that Reputator said this earlier, where they said a friend of theirs was the pirate king of his, pirate-esque king of his generation. He was killed similarly. I feel like there's a lot of parallels with Noland and Roger, but I think he wouldn't have been the Pirate King because he was stated to be an admiral for his nation. So he was like the most respected military man of a country. So it feels weird if he was the Pirate King, but he's definitely like similarly respected in his time until he wasn't.
Yeah, I agree. But he's almost like, honestly, I was thinking about him almost like a smoker.
Oh.
But different. Yeah.
Curious.
I was looking at him as kind of like a smoker.
He's a Commodore.
Parallel.
I thought he was a national admiral for some reason. Commodore. Never mind.
I like smoker. He feels like a smoker person.
Oh, also Roger's execution was triumphant and Nolan's was not. That is also true.
Yeah, but
there are definitely parallels between the two of them that you could observe.
Here it goes. So it says the journey of the slumbering floating island was long, but its distant memories were hard to forget. But its distant memories were hard to forget. Once its people entrusted words to the sound of the bell. Once its people entrusted words to the sound of that bell, they believed in the power of the bell to carry the song to the furthest reaches of the sea.
You have some points. I feel like there's not nothing here. It explains a lot of things. And the idea that the poneglyphs, the bell, somehow combined and are important and couldn't be destroyed in case they were needed later does also give an explanation to a question people have of why have the Marines never tried to find Raftel and blow it up so that people stop looking for the One Piece, because, like, well, you know, what if they need whatever's on there? So
you can't blow it up. You must keep it alive because you're going to need it possibly later, so you can't risk that. And if you wouldn't mind calling it Laugh Town.
Sorry, that's Raftel is what I've read. I don't know where you are, where it's Laugh Town. That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds like a different thing. A man dies when he's forgotten.
Oh my God. I'm trying to find the other thing I found that I took a picture of, because I started taking my phone and taking pictures of my iPad. It was an embarrassing time for me, but I didn't want to get out and do a screenshot because I wanted to just take pictures of very specific things, but I'll go through that all later. Okay, next time. So I know that one was a bit up there in the crazy world.
This is one of my favorite theory rants from you. I think that was great.
Yeah, I really think if Nolan was called a liar, he would have started a gold rush to find the city of gold. What did Roger do? He started a pirate era to find the treasure. The Nolan conspiracy goes deeper. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. And that's what I was saying. So unlike Nolan, he says the thing is there, they kill him, et cetera, et cetera. And then meanwhile, you've got Goldie Roger, who was also killed because he got too damn close to the truth. Why are you killing the Pirate King? Because if you think about it, they're not killing the other 7 pirates who are all warlord pirates.
Those are government approved pirates. Those are sanctioned pirates.
Precisely. And why don't they sanction the king of the pirates? That would be ridiculous, because if you had the king of the pirates sanctioned, then the king of the pirates would have way more control over the other pirates. That just makes sense. So why do you kill somebody who is the damn king of the pirates? Well, because he's way too close to the mystery and he's way too close to revealing what you are trying to keep hidden. And how the hell does somebody write on the poneglyph? The poneglyph is like nearly impossible to put anything in. And not only does he write on the poneglyph, he also writes it in an ancient lost language. So clearly this dude,
as far as we know, Robin's the only one who can read.
Yeah.
Like, the Shandians can't read it, Robin can. That's important enough that Crocodile kept around a person he didn't particularly trust or like just for that ability. So clearly it's rare.
But this person says they don't think the 7 warlords existed back then, but it was only 20 years.
Yeah, we'll get into that because there are theories about a lot of things, but we'll get into that as we go and there's more evidence to talk about.
So it was on the outside of the part not that is stone, but on the other side. Was it stone as well, or was it gold?
I think it was made of the same... Oh, no, because if it was on the... Okay, they wrote it in the stone and into the gold next to the poneglyph. Okay, that makes sense. So that could be covered.
Okay, that makes sense. Regardless,
I still am saying...
I think that's why Goldie Roger was killed. He knows what the One Piece was. He knows what the missing time is. And therefore, what does he do? He decides, no, it's time to get the truth out there.
You have to admit that you're never going to sound more like a crazy person in front of a corkboard than when you say, why did the government kill the world's most famous criminal? He was too close to the truth. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nothing else would explain why they're gonna kill the most famous criminal alive.
I don't care, I'm right.
And
even when I'm wrong, I'm right. I loved it. I love it. Okay, here we go.
Too close to the truth, I tells you.
He's getting too close to the truth. It's time to kill him. He's
Yeah,
over 9,000.
I don't think we have any new devil fruits, but do you want to?
I'm not done.
Do you have
So
more corkboard? Okay, never mind.
This area was called Mama Drock no longer has to prove that Luffy is a Sun King. God.
Sun King? Okay.
Sun God. Because in this chapter, one place after another, they put him inside a golden orb. They had a mazillion different little hints and ways. Like I found, and I looked at my phone.
He did clear a stormy sky, making it sunny, using a giant golden orb. As people prayed for salvation from a god. That happened. I found a million little places where they just gave one panel hints. And then all of a sudden, there were like many panel pages of people just being on their knees and being like, dear gods, please save us. And then Luffy bringing the sun into the center of evil and dispelling evil. And then everyone said, let the sun shine. I swear to God, if Oda could go back in time, he would say to himself, my bad, I'm going to take this panel out. Because I think it just, if you're reading it for the purpose that I am, that's indefutable. I think Sun God. I think you should already have to give me evidence, not proof. Proof and evidence are very different. Getting an EMF meter to go off in a haunted house is evidence, it's not proof.
Do not argue with me about proof and evidence. I study history. I don't care. I think that it's...
what kind of retort is that?
I don't care. I'm mantraing this. That's all I got to tell you. I also think that it was really interesting how many compass symbols they used in this one. There were compass symbols on people's arms. They wrote the compass symbol down. They used the bird who always faces to south.
Yeah.
And will always fly. Imagery. Yeah, tons and tons of compass imagery, which made me be like, hell's yeah, baby. Which isn't, that's just evidence, not proof, but I'm going to use it in my build-up. And I love that for me. And then I also loved that the bell, I just love that for me. I also love that the bell was not only not destroyed, that people in this arc all saw it as their own thing, and that he just allowed that to be true until that one page when he talked about it spreading out across the entire world. Because the bell and the missing time in history is going to be a thing, in my opinion, that are going to be the two sides of the fight between the new age of piracy and the new age of everything and the old way of doing things. Mm-hmm. And so I love this clash that we're having. It's within the tension of the new way and the old way. And I think that this bell is going to be a thing that helps to dispel mysteries.
Can I bring up a thematically cool thing where the representative of the old way, Don Quixote do Flamengo, or the new way, sorry, is a member of the Seven Warlords. But then you have Marshall D. Teach trying to become a warlord who is the embodiment of the old way, of dreams are what matter, dream big.
Yeah, 100%. I
think there's something neat about that.
100%. I have some other things that I'm thinking of that I'm not quite ready to go with. I think that's fine. I printed out a gazillion different pages. I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at them right now. It's a lot that I'm going to put up on my corkboard because I've decided I'm going to make the little books that I talked about.
Yeah.
And so I got a bunch of pages, so I'm going to make little tiny books up there. But I had some more evidence for the One Piece.
The One Piece.
I don't know if you've heard about it. There's this manga. It's called One Piece.
Can I just briefly say, it's very funny. Mama Drock converted a coworker into reading One Piece, and they are on chapter 3, and the other day came up to her and apparently were just like, hey, do you have any theory to what the One Piece might be? That's a wild engagement.
And I was like, what now? And he's like, well, what chapter are you on? And I'm like, 303. I just want to point out that at the time I hadn't read to 308.
Yeah.
And he was like, and you don't know it yet? And I was like, no. And I'm not a failure. I'm doing my best, man.
You know there's 1,000 chapters and it's not done, right? Next year we're going to be hitting 1,100.
Well, it's going to be more
this year.
difficult
This
for
year
him.
we're hitting 1,100, right? Somewhat.
And
sometime.
I just want to point out that it wasn't me that made him read One Piece. I went and sought him out because other One Piece students in his class, he teaches physics and some other things. Other One Piece students said to him, "Hey, you should read One Piece." So many times that finally he was like, "Yeah, okay."
Being an English and history and philosophy teacher, getting into One Piece makes so much sense because One Piece dives so deep into those subjects and their meanings. Being a physics guy and getting into One Piece is wild to me because this is a series that not only doesn't explore physics, but disregards it as a concept most of the time.
He's going to have a great time, but he's decided to watch it instead of read it.
What a terrible choice. You're an adult. Why would you do that to yourself? Do you know how long that is?
Yeah, I'm going to bring him to the library and show him that our librarian has bought the two first, because I convinced her to, and I told her I'm going to sign the boxes Mama dropped, and she was like, "That's a great idea." I'm like, "No, it's not. No one knows me."
Okay, we've now had an engineer with a physics major and someone doing their PhD in physics in chat. First of all, impressive. Say that they love One Piece. And you know what? Fine. But you have to admit, the series does not treat physics with a gentle hand.
In Francis here, the engineering entrance exam was used One Piece as a theme. There are questions featuring Luffy's elasticity and Ida's... That's amazing!
That's very cool.
I love that. Yeah, no, I'm going to sign the boxes, I've decided. Here you go. And people are going to be like, "Who's this?"
Wait, you're going to sign the box sets of manga at your school?
Yeah.
That's insane. You're a crazy person. If you sign it as Mama Drock, that's funny.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm not signing it as me. Yeah, no. And they're going to be like, "Who's this? Who's this weirdo?"
Wow.
Yeah, I'm excited for me. So I had this thing where I said, because did I write it down? Where did the beanstalks come from? Where did the beanstalks come from and why?
Yeah, it feels like they kind of came out of nowhere and just stabbed a bell.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I told you I saw them elsewhere in Skypiea. They're used on the borders of places to go on. And then, stowaway. Is there a stowaway again on the Mary?
Okay.
Because we had that child fix the Mary that Usopp saw out in the world, and we've had no more information about it or anything. True. But then, and I wanted the next person to be a boat fixer, and then Luffy does announce once they're down in the ocean that they are going to find somebody who's a shipwright, and I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. But then I was like, dude, is there already somebody on your boat who is a shipwright, who is a child or a small person or a little monkey of some sort or something? What am I missing in the things that have to come together now? So, yeah, prediction. There is a stowaway on the boat.
Okay.
Of some sort. And then...
add it to the predictions. Ding! There we go.
And the stowaway part 2 will be a shipwright or can fix the ship.
Prediction part 2. We got it. Locked in.
Okay. I want 2 stars for that if I'm correct.
If you're correct, you will get 2 stars. If you are wrong, you will get 2 mushrooms. This is the payment.
You know what? I'll pay it. Next one. We're going to go to a country of dwarves. Not just little people. Now we're just going to go to one that is a country of dwarves.
Okay. And that's because of the Usopp lie?
No, Usopp already did a thing.
Oh, right. That was way back.
Way back.
Yeah.
But we're going to go, but that was for little people. He said that it was tiny people. So I'm thinking of those ones more like Lilliputians, like
Okay.
little people.
Right.
But we have to go to some sort of country of dwarves because Nolan said in his story when he went back to his own land, people asked them to tell stories of his time. And he talked about being in a country of dwarves.
All right. Add it on.
Yeah. So I'm going to put that in there because, Nolan mentioned it. Thank you, Nolan. And then, you know that I write so many crazy things in here that I had a student see my notebook that I take notes on about One Piece. And they were like, what is that? And I was like, oh, these are some ideas I have about something I'm reading. And they're like, Mrs. G, what kind of ideas are those? And I was like, just things I think about while I'm reading it. And they were like, how many pages do you have? And so I showed them how many pages, and they were like, what the hell? Is that how many pages we're supposed to take when we read things? And then I looked at them dead in the face and said, more.
Why would you? Oh,
no. They walked away from me and they were like, you're lying.
Oh my God.
Too good. I was so happy. And then when I was reading it after I said that to them, I realized I put ideas I have about what the One Piece might be in the middle of things like, oh my God, that's the cutest animal ever.
What a cute fox the One Piece might be.
So there's a point that I can't find in here, and I've looked through, so don't ask me.
Okay.
But in my defense, I forgot what I was looking for and found other things in the meantime.
Okay.
If you could see my notes, you'd understand. And so there was a point where he was talking about how on Earth, what was it? There's a great dark shadow over the land
you were
below.
talking about something like that.
And we hold their history.
Something like that.
Is that the words that he used? I can't find them.
I don't remember either, and it was something similar. And the note you asked me to remember the page for wasn't that page.
It is actually, there is a shadow of darkness over the land beneath whose history we hold. And so I started to wonder, a dark shadow over something. I was like, what is the dark shadow? A dark shadow implies that we think we're living within a regular system of bureaucracy, et cetera, down on the earth, but it could be being directed by something darker that people are unaware of. Because when he says there's a shadow of darkness, that implies that we are missing something. We are missing who might be puppeting, who might be taking over, and people don't know they are being puppeted. You know what I mean?
Well, it ties into something you said way back where you said a line with Dragon's dialogue that people can be imprisoned and not know it, or something like that.
That's right.
You said something like that along with that. I am not going to remember exactly, but back in the Dragon speech, that was an observation you said.
Yeah, I said about the things that Dragon said when he was, but don't worry, in case you are concerned. I printed that page off. These things cannot be stopped.
Yeah.
An inherited strength of will, one's dreams, the ebb and flow of the ages, as long as people hunger for freedom is the one. And I said, freedom from what?
Yeah, and you specifically pointed out that people can not be free and not realize it.
And not realize they're not free. And so I would like to make a prediction that the shadow of darkness is the thing that people are not free from.
Okay, so is that just like a force of oppression, a ruler, what are you thinking of?
I think that this is, whatever the shadow of darkness is the thing that created the void century. That's as far as I'm willing to go right now, because I need to collect.
So there is a shadow of darkness over that is a force in the world that created the void century and is what people are not free from.
It is the thing that people are not free from. People might not all know they're not free,
Okay.
but it is the thing that created the void century. It is the reason for the void century. So it might also be genie speaker, because I've met you.
Uh-huh.
I see you, Drock. I know your face.
Look, I just like to use your exact wording to be fair, because that's the only way this can work.
Then let me bore the masses by having some exact wording moment. Stick with me, chat. I know you've all met Drock. You've seen the genie at work. So I'm going to say that the dark shadow that people are not free from is the reason there became a void century.
Either cause it to be a necessity or cause it itself, but it's the source. It is in one way or the other the source, whether that's causative directly or indirectly.
100%.
Okay. We have given a wide berth on this prediction, because I feel like the fact that you've pushed this far, you feel like you are for sure right, but you're like, well, you know.
Oh, no, I don't think I'm for sure right. Give me a break. I love being wrong.
Okay, this one, it feels like you're really confident because you are bothering to make it a really forgiving prediction, just because the specificities are hard at this point with how much information you have.
What it is I think I'm not going to find out anything near if I'm right or not until chapter 1000. And I think I'll add to it. So I'm giving myself room to fit ideas under. I don't want to get too specific, because when I'm thinking divergently, I like to create room for me to put new strings on while I'm corkboarding in my head.
Hey, chatter who said this video better be 2 hours. It won't be. I like to keep them short. The VOD channel will be here soon, and people who watch the whole thing gotta have the reward of all the extra content.
Thank you, Katu.
Plus, people are way less likely to click on a video that's 2 hours long.
Yeah. Okay. I think those are all my predictions for now. I lied. Remember when I went in here looking for things about the One Piece?
Yep. Yeah, I remember.
So, yeah, that's the thing I forgot to do again.
I said to Kaido a while ago that the paint over takes a while. It does. I feel like it's done now, but also I can't stop because I don't have time to start a new drawing because we're almost done. Anyways, keep going with the One Piece. I'll do what I can in the paint over.
It says here, his exact words were, "Upper Yard bears the great history of a land in darkness and shadow."
Okay.
And so as a separate thing, I'm just putting this out there. I know you pedal goes at me, but I don't want to not say it because it's just a thing I want my mind to focus on every once in a while.
Okay.
Is that there could be an idea of the One Piece being a land that has been tucked away in shadow and darkness with people don't even know it exists. And it could be anything from a heaven, gods that have been imprisoned, to a land of people that have been imprisoned that we don't hear about, the way that we didn't know about the Skypeans or the Shandians being brought up. So I thought it would be very interesting if the land in darkness and shadow that he was talking about and the great history was a missing group of a missing people or a missing land.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I thought. Is this the One Piece? Maybe not, but definitely it could be. What if there was a whole section of gods or people or something that were trapped in darkness and shadow?
Okay.
A void kingdom, if you will, says Red Dragon. Red Dragon, if I could high five you, I would.
Okay. I think that is a solid prediction. Have we exhausted the corkboard's veins of ore? Are we prepared to venture into, I think we'll probably only have one closing segment because I don't think we need an update on devil fruits or anything.
No, there's no devil fruit change. I do feel that putting the, what's it called? The lightning devil fruit at the top is a cheat. Like,
I don't think it is. It's good. Let me tell you, there are devil fruits I put above it for sure. We have not met my favorite devil fruit yet.
Yeah?
Yeah, look, I think devil fruit being good isn't a reason to not let it compete. Let the lightning fruit win. Let Shaq win at basketball.
Frankie McShanky, which, by the way, again,
it's a great
the
name.
names. Great name. Said that you should split it into two. And this is a thing we've talked about.
I'm not going to split the videos in two.
But he doesn't
I get
do
why
it.
people want... I get that it makes sense. I have thought about... I might in the future... This is a thing I thought about today. Come up with drawings that are a little bit less ambitious in scope, and then come up with two drawings and do one for the recap, one for Corkboard Corner. That's a bit of a simpler drawing. And then do two videos that way. That I would consider.
Talk me to sleep, please. I follow somebody who is a person who talks me to sleep. It's called Sleep With Me. And he says he tells semi-boring stories that you can sleep to.
I listen to horror babble to sleep too. What a great time.
Yeah. This drawing, P.S., somebody was just like, I love the drawing, Druck. So I meant to say this a long time ago. This drawing is incredible.
Thank you.
It couldn't be better. It absolutely couldn't be
I feel
better.
like I
It
didn't
is
quite get enough dynamism in Luffy's pose, but otherwise I like it.
No, don't be ridiculous. When I saw this is the feelings that I had inside of my head when I was like, look, she's down on her knees crying. I mean, she doesn't have snot, and someone did point out that usually inside of One Piece, people have snot all over the place.
Sometimes they don't.
But
she's
down on her knees crying, and meanwhile, Luffy is smashing the belt in behind. Like, that is truly perfect, putting those two pieces together.
Well, thank you. I really like how the composition turned out. It was a little bit of figuring out how to make it work, but I'm really really pleased with the final result we have here.
Yeah. I would apologize for taking all your time, chat, but I won't, because every time I do, you always say that we could go for 50,000 hours, and it's just a thing you like. So I'm gonna try to be less Canadian, but I always feel like we're taking all your time.
We're fantastic, and you should watch us. Thanks for watching us. Don't apologize. Thank you for being here. I just went right to arrogance as the counterpoint, and I realized there is like a third option of just being like, hey, thank you. It's great that you're here.
But as a Canadian, I always want to be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. It's my nature. Okay, top people this time.
People do want a live read. All right. Top 5 characters of Skypiea finale. Who are our MVP, most valuable pirates? Which is a bit I can't say because almost always a non-pirate is on the list.
Are we cutting it off now, or are we doing a live read? I don't want to take up people's time if they actually have things to do.
How about this? How do people think about this as a compromise? Okay. I have a long-term project I've been working on. We wrap up Skypiea, and then Mama Drock can do a live read of however many chapters she wants after Skypiea, starting at 304, while I work on my long-term project a little bit. I'll just be dabbling away, and people can stick around and listen.
Yeah, but I don't want to read for a ton of time and make people listen, but I will read for a little bit of time.
A chapter or two, but lets me get a little bit more stream time in, lets me work on my long-term project, and then people can stick around and listen,
and then people can make choices for themselves at that point. Yeah. Okay,
and if you just want to be here for Skypiea discussion, we'll get it done.
This person, today is my birthday, and a live read and more art would be the best present ever. Oh, Jimbei, I was forgotten. You know why? I'm struggling with this, Poppany.
You still haven't decided on a fish for this Jimbei. So far we've seen an octopus, we've seen a manta ray, we've seen a sawtooth shark, we've seen a kissing fish. Those are the main fishmen we've seen.
Like the Mimi just wants to be like great white, because a great white would be great, but I don't know if they would. It's a great shark, and then I was like, what about a whale shark? Well, they're very, very gentle.
They are. Whale sharks are cool sharks.
Did we see a stingray?
You are leaning shark though. It makes sense for a warlord, I guess. And Arlong was the boss, and he was a shark. Yeah,
because I also thought about tiger shark. But then I also thought about the most evil creatures that will eat Greg, orca.
Interesting. I want fishmen, mammals, huh? Orca. Okay.
Yeah, I love whale sharks. They're adorable. You're not wrong.
They're very cute.
I have the struggles. It's a really hard one for me, and I don't know why.
Man, someone said the best One Piece analysis, and I really want to quickly say, I am good at media analysis. It's a thing I am genuinely very good at, and I have always thought that if I made a YouTube channel, I would be one of the better One Piece analysts. What I didn't expect was to make a YouTube channel where my mom became like the star of the show and is so good at analysis of my favorite series that I'm like, okay, I am a very good analyst making a show with probably the future best analyst in the community.
Oh my God, no.
That
Come
was,
on.
I think the only person I would say is your competition is Ohara Otter, and that's the guy who's like learned Japanese to solve the One Piece.
Yeah, no. You when you cook, man,
No, I'm good. I'm good. Don't get me wrong. I'm very good at media analysis. Me saying you're better than me is not putting myself down. It's just a statement of the facts. I know I'm good. Don't get me. Look, when we get to the point where I get to talk about Blackbeard and why he's a great character, and y'all sleeping on this man, then I'll get the chance to flex a little. But while I think I'm good, it's just you're doing an incredible job. You're getting so much out of this series, and I've loved to be part of it. I'm so grateful I get to.
That is ridiculously kind of you to say. This person said a thing that they that you could write a book on One Piece and have it accepted as academic. I believe you could. I don't believe. Maybe I could, but I believe you could. I think you could kill it. Then you could be a registered poet and a registered One Piece theorist. Okay. Humans. I swear that the next time we meet, I will have a definitive fish.
You'll have a definitive fish for Jinbei. So far, we're floating killer whale, we're floating great white, we're floating whale shark. Let me tell you, all great options. Love those.
I know there's just so many things. I also thought of a giant squid because I thought of like what, but we already had the octopus. Cool. But I thought about the squid with the ink and being able to like. I thought about it being able to ink out its enemies and to create diversions and having all the extra arms and the strength.
Do you think in deciding a fish, you're going to look into the
I said tiger shark, yeah.
Do you think? Oh, and tiger shark. I forgot that. Do you think you're going to, in deciding a fish for next week, going to look into the fishermen of the 7 gods of fortune for inspiration?
I am. Yeah, okay. I am. Yeah. I'm going to go in there. I just I'm being more careful because I told you I've had a thing. So I thought about doing a thing about spoils. I have 3 things that are spoiled for me that have no impact on anything I've done yet.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the one big thing that I spoiled for you as a teen by accident because there's a lot of people reading along with us. When we reach it, we can come clean about the fact that I confided in you about a thing in a series I was watching as a 16-year-old, and that memory popped back into your mind.
Yeah, I was sitting there and reading something and just reveling in the awesomeness of a thing. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, no. Yeah. Because I remember you coming downstairs with tears in your eyes. And I was like, holy crap, are you okay? And you were like, no, I have been destroyed.
And I gave you the vaguest summary of what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, I don't get that.
I did not expect that 13 years in the future, I'd be doing a YouTube series with my mom where she was reading One Piece. That was not what I was thinking of at the time that happened.
Yeah. I need all of you to not worry about it. It's making everything more painful, but it doesn't change. I don't know how. I don't know anything about it. I just know something happens. I don't know anything about it because he walked away and was like, I can't talk about it. Who would have imagined that 13 years later we'd be doing this show and I'd be sitting there and it would pop up in my brain?
At least it's a funny way to be spoiled about something.
Yeah, I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Absolutely, are you kidding me? It's not his fault. It was 13 years ago. He was destroyed by it. And now I'm destroyed about it every day. Every day. I get to be continuous. It's like a percussion.
We're not saying
instrument.
What the spoiler was until we reach it because there's people reading along with Mama Drak and we don't want to spoil anything for them.
Yeah. Yeah. So absolute flashback spoiler. That person is 100% right. So then I had another tiny spoiler that doesn't mean anything. It's so out of context. I don't understand it. It's just weird. And I don't think it means anything because I told you about it. And I was like, I was trying to look something up and I went onto my YouTube page and there was a thumbnail and I told you what it was and you were like,
yeah. And I was like, that is a thing that when you see it is presented so blatantly that knowing it exists doesn't change the story at all. Like, it is a thing
but
where it is just shown and that's it.
Yeah, and so I was thinking it would be interesting to just make a warning one and do a little thing separate of things that were spoiled.
I think we just wait until we get there to say them.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because I don't want to spoil things for other people.
You have given me things you have said. I have mixed with information I have to come up with theories I really love, and I have done nothing with them because I don't want to make content that goes beyond where you are, because I really want the series to be a safe place for people reading along with you, because there's been a surprising amount of comments of people who are like, this got me back into One Piece, this made me want to read it, I don't know why I clicked on it to begin with, lol. A lot of that stuff. So I really, really want to keep this a safe place for the people who are reading along with Mama Drock.
Yeah. And so, just so everybody knows, there's something powerful about that one particular thing being spoiled for me, in that now it's more painful.
I'll say it wasn't when I was caught up. I wasn't caught up 13 years ago because it took me a full year to catch up. So you can't figure out what it was based off of when it happened, because I wasn't caught up at the time. It was while I was watching the series.
I also, does everyone, are you going over to your other?
I will, but we haven't done top 5 characters.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, YouTube. And I'm so sorry, people here.
I mean, YouTube didn't get anything. I skipped forwards. YouTube missed all that.
Oh yeah, never mind. You know what, YouTube? Quit complaining. You need to be better behaved. Okay. Sorry, everybody live.
Yeah, nobody give hints.
We went off on a tangent. Okay. Oof.
Winners. Tangents are for streams. Edited videos are for no tangents.
Top people this time.
Top characters. Starting
with number 4. And I just literally saw it on my head go ding.
Okay.
And then I saw you put down weird things. Number 4. I find number 4 easier for some reason than other ones, because you're not last, but you're in the bottom half.
I cannot decipher the order you choose for these. It's different every time. It's great.
Okay, number 4, my person who I would say is going to be Conis this time. She was in my number 4 right away. I thought about her. She was equally responsible for keeping people safe in the way that other people were.
Conis did incredible.
If we're talking about enjoyment,
this is the characters you love. Because remember when in Alabasta you were like, look, people might say Nami wasn't that fun or interesting, and then you were like, never mind, move her down a spot, as you talked yourself down into realizing this is about what I personally got feeling out of more than anything.
It eats my face open because I love everyone. P.S. person who said Hesso. I said Hesso to a Japanese kid the other day. I think she almost snorted her entire drink out her nose. I know it means belly button. She didn't know I knew that, so I said it to her as if I was saying hello. That's
great. Way to kill it. Killing it.
She was like, what the hell? Okay. I have a number 1 already.
Okay, we can just do it. Pull the trigger.
Okay. Trigger. Oh. Yeah, no, bite me. It is. It's number 1. No. I am going to do a split screen on this one.
All right. We're allowed 2 people if I feel like they're a pair enough that it makes sense.
Okay, it's 4.
Uh-huh. What? 4 people? You're putting 4 people? Okay.
But can I tell you why? Can you stick with me here?
Here's the thing. I don't think you can tell me why. For me to right now remodify my little top 5 characters thing in the editing app, I need you to just say the 4 characters, and I'm going to judge an instant if I can tell why they share a spot. And if it feels like it needs a stretch of an argument, we have to break this down. So please go ahead and tell me the 4 characters sharing number 1.
Okay. I am going to put in Calgara and Noland as a shared spot. And then as a shadow inside of parentheses beside them. Oh, your dad is in here.
Are we making a list?
Yeah, but don't talk.
Do 3 first.
I already did 4. It's something he really loves to do. As a shared spot with them, in parentheses, as a shadow to them, I want Cricket and Wiper to be there.
Here's the thing. This is the only 4 I could see. I was thinking if it's not these 4, I am not letting you have 4 characters in the same spot. But these 4, yeah, go for it. This makes sense.
Yeah, for me, it just makes sense. They work together. And if we're talking about
the crux of the emotions of the climax of the story.
Yes, because in my opinion, for my enjoyment, it was those 4 in tandem working in my present and my past to bring me so much joy.
All right, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, and now let's go to number 5.
Of course.
Okay. 5 is a little challenging.
I'm just gonna, number 1, I just put Promise Buddies, just so you know. That's what in the edit that section's called. It just says Promise Buddies, so I don't need to make another line.
I'll allow that. That's good. I am making 2. Don't at me. Nola.
Is it because of Kaido's speech?
It didn't hurt.
All right. Kaido did say they would be hurt if Nola wasn't in the top 5, so I think you've made Kaido a very happy mod today.
No, but I think number 2 should be Nola, and hear me on this. Nola is the thing that is the, I can't believe I'm saying this given the shape of a snake, but Nola is the thing that is a thread between the past and the present.
You're right. You're right about that.
Yeah, Nola is the thread between past and present. So Nola is the connector between what was and what is. And so for me, Nola was number 2 because Nola, if we're talking about enjoyment, having those 2 groups of people that are represented by the 4 people I put in number 1, held together through Nola, come on. Nola is enjoyment all the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I am making number 5 now. So that was number 2. I am making number 5 enjoyment.
Joy. Think joy as you were earlier.
Think joy. I am making number 5 criminy. So hard. I struggle. The struggle is real.
I would honestly be shocked if it isn't the 2 characters I'm thinking of based off of who you've hyped up the most this arc. Because I think other than those ones you've already mentioned, there's only 2 other characters you've hyped up a lot.
Nami.
Yeah, that's one of the 2 of them.
Nami is number 5.
Nami's great.
She's almost number 3. Let me think, Nami. You're doing things that you haven't done before. You had all these big growth moments. Nami is 3. Nami is number 3 now.
Okay. I'd put the other person you hyped above Nami, but you know what? Nami did great. I understand it.
Are you talking about Usopp?
No.
Oh, I didn't think so.
You hyped him up a bit. That's fair.
You can just say it. Who gave me joy? This isn't
I have seen you hype up Luffy a lot this arc. His leadership, his trust in his crew.
His leadership. God dang it.
Kept talking Nami. Having an opportunity to run for safety and saying, I need to ring that bell. I'm the only one who can let him know that this exists.
You know what the real problem with Luffy is that I could honestly stick him in every top 5.
Yeah, he's great.
Sometimes I want to have a Luffy on the sand. I love this no land being no land. It's so cool. You know what?
That's great. I've seen so many people say that this is the only shonen manga where the main character is actually the best one.
Yeah, I move Nami to 5 and put Luffy in 3.
Slap him up. Yes, my boy here, Monkey D winner.
And I don't want to hear anybody's mouth piecing off on YouTube about how you talked me out of it. No. Sometimes when I'm in my universe, I need somebody to be like, hey, remember when you said these things? Because I don't. I legitimately don't remember.
Fair enough.
I just get stuck in a loop going, no, I can't pick favorites. I can't
Oh
pick
God,
favorites.
I was going to do my long-term project while you I mean, we said we'd do a live reading. Let's do one after we say goodbye to YouTube. Do you want to, we do our sign-off?
Yeah.
If you're sticking for the live reading,
let's-
we're not leaving after this. We're going to stick around for one live reading, but thank you so much, everybody, for being here. You are always a blast to have around to talk to. You are... I watch enough Twitch that I can say this is my favorite Twitch chat that I've gotten the pleasure to be part of, and getting that on this end is so special. You guys are amazing.
Oh, I need to say something about you guys on Twitch. You up my coolness level by a volume you can't imagine. The other day, a kid told me, a kid was like, you have Twitch? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, do you use it? And I was like, do I? And I didn't tell them because I don't tell kids. They have to find it on their own. One kid found this channel on Reddit.
Huh.
Somebody was talking about it, and she's like, is this the thing that you're doing? Yeah. So I just got to say, you have no idea how cool you make me look.
Oh, the next chapter we're reading to. I'm going to look that up while you do some more goodbyes, if you have any.
Okay. No, I don't want to be the cool teacher. Being the cool teacher, that person is always so worried about their image. I'm just me. You get what you get.
Yeah, this is a nice short one. 19 chapters, what we're reading next. We're reading from 303. Oh, it was 3. The last one's okay. Reading from 303 to 321. The Long Ring Longland arc. And I will say again, I think if there's any arc that you can feel comfortable just like reading at a surface level and not needing to pull out your fine-tooth comb and just getting to enjoy a pirate story, it's Long Ring Longland.
Okay. But they shot a horse.
Yep, that happens.
So disappointing.
Well, I'm gonna get the logo on this. Thank you guys so much. And YouTube, until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. But I'm going to say that again to you guys after we do the live reading. Just got to get my little logo in.
I'm so stoked to read 303. Reason being that, hey, we just saw this. Reason being that there is a thing that occurs that I wanted to talk about, but I got so carried away in my universe that I forgot.
What's that?
Yeah, YouTube, she reads to us.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't get this privilege.
No, YouTube, that goes away.
Sorry, this gets edited out. You don't get to being read to.
Oh my God. Bloom tonight. Don't make me do it.
I genuinely think if there's any arc you don't need to worry about getting a bunch of extra information from, it's Long Ring Longland. I think you can just read a fun pirate story and it's cool.
Oh my God.
Everybody, this is the long-term project that's loading, by the way. This is the Renaissance portrait of an e-girl. The story behind this is a friend of mine messaged me one day and said, hey, imagine a Renaissance portrait, but it's of an e-girl. And I went, that's very funny. Can I steal it? And they said yes. So that's how I got this brilliant idea.
Okay, here we go. Chapter 303, The Wealthy Pirate Gang. And then right away underneath it, I love this drawing too. Can you show them the god over in the corner and show them?
Okay, so something interesting. Renaissance portraiture, a common trope is having women pose with little symbols to represent their holiness, their devoutness. They have religious symbology. So I've assembled a few figures of gods to show how holy she is, because I thought that was funny.
And I said, you know what else would be funny is if you put my two good boys.
No, stop! Don't use the power you have over the stream. She wants me to do.
Hi, chat.
No,
I was just thinking that you should tell him to put my two great big giants in there too, because
Dory and Brogy
want to be a part of this.
You can't. This has already been so much work.
Dory and Brogy, hurrah! Come on, don't you want to see Dory and Brogy hanging out with Adele?
No, he'd kill them.
No, he couldn't kill them.
What are they going to do to hit a lightning man?
He's just standing there. He's a piece of plastic. Let Dory and Brogy be there, represent their greatness.
Not obviously not right now. I'm only gonna be doing this for like 10 minutes, but
right,
maybe
here
in
we
the
go.
future. This is a long-term project. If you guys want to see this come and you want to pressure me to add Dory and Brogy, come join the Drock Show. I work on my long-term project whenever I don't have an interview or a special stream scheduled, and this one's been going on for a while. I think it's cool to get to see a long-term art project come to life, and I love talking to chat when I'm working on these. Anyways, live reading time.
Miss Friday and Mr. 13 would be really cute in there. All right,
I'm not adding multiple.
Oh, Drock, I have an idea for my birthday. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah, sure.
Recently, I have really taken to claw machines in Japan.
Okay.
For my birthday, I think you should draw me a picture of all my favorite One Piece characters and
That's
animals
really cute.
as claw machine things.
That's very cute. Don't do a poll about it. No.
We should have a poll with the
Add Giants poll. Oh
no.
Yeah. Well, everyone from One Piece is gonna have to show up to my long-term project streams to remind me I'm supposed to. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna forget.
Democracy.
I'll probably forget unless all y'all show up to remind me.
I love that. Okay, let's read this. I don't want to run out of the batteries. Here we go. Right away when you open chapter 303, The Wealthy Pirate Gang, and I know we promised not to talk about the pages because we're going to talk about them later, it says, the text in here says, justice in moderation. And that, if anything could be more telling about this group, justice and moderation is it. Ace's great search for Blackbeard. Coffee with milk makes for a happy meeting. You're welcome, people. Here we go. Jaya, Grand Line, Blue Sea. I'm breaking off the search. It's only natural, isn't it? El Dorado was in the sky. There's nothing on the ocean floor. This is the end. Boss! You guys, really, thanks for everything you've done. You stuck with me and my silly dreams for years when you didn't even have to. No, that, of course we did. Why wouldn't we? Hey, guys. What sort of adventure do you want to chase after next? We'll follow you anywhere, boss. Jaya, West Coast, Mocktown. Run, get out of here. What are they doing in this town? You have two people facing off. One of them is definitely Bellamy, and one of them is a second in command. Get away from them. Huff, huff, huff. Bellamy, Sarcuse. You have to stop him. They're screaming out. I'm begging you, just stop it. Why are you doing this? What's going on? Why is Sarcuse begging to stop? Why? Puppet? Is it puppet? It's puppet.
We're adding a guess to the devil fruit. That is devil fruit is puppet.
Yeah, I don't care. YouTube doesn't get to see it, but is it a puppet fruit?
The puppet fruit?
Or like control? I don't know. Puppet fruit feels good. Something like that.
All right, we can throw that on.
Why, you ask, Sarquis? Bellamy? Because you disgraced this. My flag. What else is there? Is there a Sky Island or isn't there? Is El Dorado an illusion or not? None of that matters, does it, Bellamy? Using their differing opinions and force them to their knees. Don Quixote de Flamengo. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shiver. He's got a bounty of over 300 million berries.
Largest bounty we've seen so far.
Yeah. What's a guy like that doing here? I don't need small-time hoods under my command, you punks. Curses! My body! Please, that's enough. Give me a break. I can't take this. Bellamy, give me one more chance. We'll follow you. I lost, but I never meant to disobey your orders. I swear on the flag. It's just this is how I do things. If I start by eliminating the weak, someday I'll make it to your level. Oh, such loyalty. You're going to make me cry here. Good old Bellamy. This is what I like about you. The new era is almost upon us. Go on, do whatever you like. But I don't need you in my crew. Don Flamingo! Bellamy, the $55,000 bounty rookie. I can't believe it. It's finally starting. Hurry, hurry, and make preparations. The time has come when only real pirates will survive. Those without power had better run while they can. Like an unstoppable wave, a new age of unmatched power is coming. Down comes the Mary. Huge, giant octopus floats. Kabloosh! Ah! Whoosh! Nami! Robin, are you all right? Luffy gets an octopus right in the face. You know, I'm here for that. That was awesome. That was crazy. The octopus sure lost its lift in a hurry. What happened? Maybe it sprung a leak. In any case, we made it back without dying. So thanks, Octopal. The ocean. It's blue. Is everybody okay? Still, we went to an extraordinary place, didn't we? It seems even further after having fallen from it. It's like we were dreaming. Well, it was a country of dreams. Think we'll be able to go again someday? Well, we'll be able to go when we die, right? Or close enough. Zoro, you think you're going to make it into heaven? Yeah, all right. Men, drop the sails. We're going to the next island. Hey, Luffy, hang on a second. Would you let us rest a little? Don't tell me you've gone soft. Just because we're back on the blue sea doesn't mean things are going to be any easier. I've got a bad feeling about these waves. Easy for you to say. Okay, everybody, move port helm. See? Here it comes. Full speed ahead. It's giant wave. And the giant wave has tiny heads of blue sea monkeys inside of them. And there's something in it, inside the wave. Sea monkeys. Caw, caw. You're welcome. That's seagulls. I did that for you.
Yeah.
Peace. Peace at last. Still, we can't let our guard down. Cough, cough, cough. I told you impossible things are impossible. Luffy is being dragged back on board. Even if we couldn't do it in the White Sea, I thought maybe I could do it in this one. And then Chopper, in his special gag, somebody call a doctor. Wait. I'm the doctor. So even in this ocean, the only one who can ride it is Nami, huh? Yoo-hoo! Nami, be careful. Yeah, all right. I can use this on the ocean too. Chopper, holler up. You're incredible, Nami. All the dials still working, except for the Milky dial. I imagine it would only work in an environment up there. The other ones are pretty rare too, though. Congrats. Aw, lucky. Bread crust. Sanji, I want some too. I know it's hard to believe it, but that was Luffy talking about food. For those of you who don't have the pictures in front of you. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Pirates loot. It's meant to be divided up. And we've got plenty of divvying to do. We'll be rich. Woo-hoo! It's about time I'm buying a bronze statue. Why the hell does Luffy go right to bronze statue, P.S.?
'Cause it's romantic with a capital R.
Oh, God dang it, it actually really is.
Yeah.
I'm going to allow that. It stays. Can I buy books? New pot and frying pans and dishes and a gigantic mousetrap. Oh my God. I'll be swimming in grog. First off, 80% goes to my secret stash. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm just kidding, guys. Obviously. As if you could have a secret stash in this clunker of a ship. The ship? You want to put it into the merry-go? That's right. It's falling apart, you know. That's a great idea. The mousetrap is for Luffy. Good point. Thanks, Katya. Big repairs for the merry-go. I am all for that. but we don't know how much that will cost yet. So we'll split up the treasure later. I guess even Usopp's patchwork repairs can only hold on so long. Hey, I'm a sniper, not a handyman. Right. We should get into an actual shipbuilding dock and have a specialized shipwright do the repairs. Whoa. There's somebody even better at fixing things than Usopp? Come to think of it, on this voyage, the ship has carried us all the way from my village in the East Blue. If we don't reward her properly sometimes, we'll deserve whatever trouble we get in. In that case, let's add a carpenter to our crew, says Luffy, finally getting on the same page as Mama Drock. Good call.
You've convinced him.
I did. I convinced him. Go, Luffy. We'll be voyaging for a good long time. It's a skill we need anyway. The merry-go is our home. And our life. Let's find a carpenter who will protect the ship. When he's right, he's right. Once in a blue moon, he really hits the nail on the head. Can I just put out there that he didn't really talk about fixing the ship? That was Nami, but okay, let's give him all the credit.
Look, he agreed with Nami. That's pretty good by his standards.
I'm going to plant a pickle in your nose. Well, of course, that's the best. I was going to suggest that myself. Then it's settled. I hope we find a really good guy. Come to think of it, we could also use a musician. No, let's shelve that. Grand Line, Navy Headquarters. This is the part I wanted to talk about, people of peopledom, that we didn't get to talk about because I decided to...
It's technically not in the section.
I decided because of what happens here that we were going to talk about this next time, so you guys are going to hear more about this than normal people.
Ooh.
Vice Admiral, he really isn't there. He isn't there isn't enough. Where did he go? Oh, that man! His bicycle is gone. So probably to the ocean. Hurry, contact the 5 elders. He's at it again. Him. He's probably just sightseeing. Why won't he take his rank seriously? We can't have him moving around willy-nilly. Admiral Okiji, the greatest power in the Navy. And here he is on a bicycle, bicycling across the top of the waves, and a dolphin pops up and looks at him and he goes, whoops, sorry about that. And then the next frame, there is a picture of Luffy. And I don't know if it's him looking at it or someone else because I can't tell from this angle. You can tell me in a minute. And he goes, sigh. Not an honest fellow in the whole family. Yeah, so it's him. It's Admiral Okiji. So Admiral Okiji, in my opinion...
Admiral, not Admiral.
Sorry, Admiral Okiji, I know that.
Just so you know, Aokiji is Japanese for blue pheasant.
Blue pheasant.
Yeah.
Hope he can fly. I love that for us, but also he's obviously gone off to look for Luffy.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Well, because isn't that what he is doing? Isn't that what he is doing here right now, looking at the picture of Luffy?
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I forgot about that. Look, I'm drawing. I'm not looking at the chapters. I'm drawing.
Yeah, no. So he's obviously looking for Luffy, and he just decided that he wasn't going to bother dealing with whatever it is that everybody else was dealing with in the Navy headquarters. He decided he's going to deal with Luffy and take him on himself.
Yep.
So I think that's an interesting choice, that he's decided that Luffy is a big enough problem that he's going to go off and deal with Luffy right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over to this next chapter.
Oh, are you doing one more?
I'm doing one more chapter because I want to talk about chapter 304 and the picture of Luffy with the looking like a monkey.
Okay, fair enough. Let's get it.
So I don't know how many people are looking at this.
People want to know if you have predictions for how he's bicycling
over the motion.
Over the ocean.
Okay. I had another thing. The thing that was spoiled for me in a little thumbnail had another thing on top of the ocean. So and I'm saying this as a precursor.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
They are unrelated, so you can guess freely without that influencing you.
Okay, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
Because the other thing was a thing on the ocean, so I didn't want to be using information without telling people.
Yeah.
And so I started to think about, like, clearly the bicycle itself is super important. The bicycle has power because they say he took his bicycle. So he's obviously out on the ocean. Good night, person. Who is it? Good night, ass. Yeah. So it made me think that perhaps the bicycle itself has some power, but if he's and he's in the Navy, so it would make more sense to me that this would be a bicycle thing.
He is one of the top ranks of the Navy, being an admiral.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. Let me ponder on it. I haven't actually even thought about it.
Okay.
It just felt so whimsical, and I was so tired.
Exactly where I was when I saw it. I was just like, that's whimsical, and I didn't think about it any further.
Yeah, I stopped thinking about it because I was so tired at that point. I felt like Skypiea had punched me in the face after Jaya had uppercut me. And so I looked at it and was just like, oh, dude, that's whimsical. That's adorable. And then I got off of it and later was sitting somewhere and was like, wait a minute, how are we riding a bicycle in the ocean? Chapter 304, Long Island Adventures. Run, sea monkeys. Did they follow us? Not good. There's no wind. Haul in the sail quick. We got to row for it. Row. Emergency report, emergency support. Ship sighted at 12 o'clock. What, is it an enemy? At a time like this? No, it's got no flags or sail. I don't know what kind of boat it is. What's with that? Why aren't they flying any colors? What are they on the ocean for then? Don't ask me. I see your crew. There's so few people, and they're all just bummed out with a vengeance. I can barely detect any life from any of them at all. What is this about? Is their ship okay? It's going to get swallowed up by the waves if it keeps up like that. Hey guys, there's a big wave and giant monkeys coming at you. Oh, it's a ship. Hey, it's a pirate ship. Men, get a hold of yourselves. It's an enemy ship. Take their treasure. Wait, there's a big wave coming. We need to avoid that first. Good plan, gentlemen. First avoid the big wave, then take people's treasure. That ship is going to get in the ray. Ready the cannons. Hey, who are you bossing around? Do it. To the helm. Hey, don't just act on your own will. That ship is completely disorganized. Well, they're talking about taking our treasures, so they're enemies. Leave them. Where's the helm? Like I know. Somebody give the orders to the navigator. He's gone. Captain, not here. It's no good. We'll get swallowed up. Who was that? Who just fired a cannon? None of you people are good for anything. That goes for you too. Can't we even ride out one wave? Kersplash. And then it's nothing but happy sea monkey time, where we're under the ocean, staring at monkeys, super, super happy to be monkeys, and they smile way too much.
3, 4, 5. What? Hello, me.
Dr. McGuffins, I really love it when people make him do push-ups. I think it's hilarious and wonderful. Thank you.
There we go.
He does so look like Luffy, and Luffy's monkey face and Luffy being a monkey. Woo, it's calmed down. So that big wave was just a sea monkey prank. Humidity and temperature have stabilized considerably, so we may already have entered the next island's climatic zone. Hey, Robin, can you see anything? Just this island that's been in front of us for a while now. Why didn't you say that? You're not doing it right. Listen up. When you see an island, this is what you say. Men, land ho! Yahoo! Now you try it. The fog is pretty thick. Fog, huh? That's not safe. Chopper, keep an eye out on our path to make sure we don't run aground. Yes, ma'am. Come on, Robin. Do you have any idea how much we've all been looking forward to this island? Come on, me count. I'm sorry. I'll be more excited next time. It's all right. Keep trying. By the way, isn't anyone curious about that ship back there? No captain, no navigator, no flag, no sail, no energy, no teamwork. That's not how you form a pirate crew. They probably just got in a battle at sea and lost their captain. They must have been raided and lost all their stuff. No. See, I took a good look at the ship. There weren't any signs of a battle. There was something wrong about the crew. They were just missing that special spark that all pirates have. Then they probably weren't pirates. Don't worry about it. No matter how you look at it, though, I think they were pirates. I've really got a bad feeling about this. You know what? I'm loving that Usopp is the voice of reason and intelligence right now. Could we all give a high five to Usopp? High five, Usopp. You're killing it. As you do about everything. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, think there's a town? I hope they got a carpenter. Luffy, we can't go ashore right now. Do you think a good carpenter will be nice and join our crew? Aw, Chopper, you're so sweet. I can see the shore. Ready the anchor! Oh, God, come on, people. Listen to me, says Usopp the intelligent. Chopper. Oh, hey, is the Mama Drock waving kind of a Mama Drock high five?
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Aw, that makes sense, because I high five myself all the time. Whenever I win an argument against your dad, I go, high five. And then I high five me. And he's like, you can't high five yourself. And I always say, I just did it. Being married to me is nothing but joy all the time. I've got a bad feeling about this. Come on, people, listen to me. Chopper, Usopp's got can't set foot on the island fever. I can't cure that. I can see the island. God, those are tall trees. If you can see this, know that it is a 2-page spread of things that look like lodgepole pine that are then big emptiness. There's nothing here. Whoa, what is this place? It's grasslands as far as the eye can see. Aw, what a boring island. I wonder if anyone else lives here. Oh boy, it's a prairie. Okay. Good job, Usopp, managing to be excited about everything that you see. Like, everything that you see.
I mean, he's not used to prairies. He comes from an island where it's just like forests.
Hey, you guys, seriously, we don't know a thing about this place. And they march right on. If we can see this far, there's probably nothing to worry about. Whoa, what's up, Chopper? And along comes a hiking bear, but this one doesn't have hiking gear on, and it's so tall. Oh my God, are bears walking by going to be a trope that happens again and again? Can we make a collection of bears that are all Panda Man's friends?
That'd be fun.
I hope that happens. A person? Moron? No, that's not a person. It's Harry. That thing's a bear. Long. It's long. That bear is long. I just noticed that the trees are all kind of tall and skinny too. Hey, look, it's an apple and it's long. Don't eat it. Hey, look, isn't that a house? You're right. It seems like it is. I wonder if anyone is living there. Do you think they're a carpenter? And along comes a bunch of other long ass animals that look really appropriate next to Usopp's nose. Long bears, long birds, long trees. Why is everything long? Feels like we get longer just by looking at them. What the heck is this island anyway? Hello, coming in. Luffy, don't you ever stop to think before you act. Wait. This has to be where the boss of the island lives. I bet you anything some terrifying long-bodied demon snake man is going to show up. There is nobody here. Huh. Hey, Luffy, Usopp, that's Chopper. I found a giraffe. Okay. It's a Kirin. That's not a giraffe. It's long neck, but it's a horse, a long white horse. Are you sure? Sure is a pretty horse. She says her name is Sherry. She's a girl. She's got a saddle on her, so I guess there are really people here somewhere. What's wrong, Luffy? Usopp, you see some bamboo over there? Yeah. Whoa, I can't see the top. Now that's what I call tall. Look at this bamboo closely. Skitter, skitter, skitter. Oh my God, it's running away. It's some kind of other long animal. Oh my God. Oh no, Luffy. Being attacked by bamboo. Be careful, Luffy. Like I'm gonna lose to bamboo. Gum gum whip. Swat. All right, you won. Woohoo. I broke it. Where's your owner? Nay, you don't know? You seem very lonely. Kaboom. It could be an enemy hiding right over there. What's happened? When we broke the bamboo, this weird spirit showed up. There was some kind of weird trolley looking dude.
You very much should have read or looked into Princess Kaguya, but yeah.
Well, I know that trees and stuff have spirits, but this dude was on top of them. Didn't he use them as a what's called?
Either way, you just keep going.
Oh, God. After I'm done this chapter, I'm going to go read the princess thing.
Just like watch a YouTube summary. You'll get the cliff notes.
Okay. When we broke the bamboo, this spirit showed up. What's with you people? If you're going to fight, come on down. What do they want? Oh, my God. This is me, Mama Drock, not the story. The boat that comes up behind them has two like berry kitty cat claws that come out on either side and blocks them in, and I want a boat with those. For those of you who don't know, it's a big boat with two giant long chains and then claws that dig into the ground. Show yourselves. I'm not afraid of you. And it says, Foxy. We are the Foxy Pirates. Don't be hasty. What we want is a duel. Yeah, that's what they get. They get that language, and you could just deal with it, and I'm going to read it again just the way they sound. We are the Foxy Pirates. Don't be hasty. What we want is a duel. That's because they're so cool. They're so cool, they're foxy.
Damn, okay. Coming down hard on the side of the Foxy Pirates.
I don't know if I like them, but I do appreciate the drip.
Okay.
Whenever I read things, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt before they show me they suck. And usually they show me they suck pretty quick.
Fair enough.
All right. That's what I'm reading right now because I have the sore throat and eventually your dad would like to use the room again.
4 hours. I thought we would get done in like 2. This was 4. I was very bad at estimating today, but that was a nice time.
Yeah. And I enjoyed getting to read aloud. I said before, and somebody made my heart go broken, because people know that I may or may not be a soft heart person. I said before, this is for people who don't feel like they got read to as a child. I said it flippantly. And then in chat somewhere in Book Talk, somebody said, I'm a person who didn't get read to as a child, and that meant a lot to me.
Oh.
Yeah, then I had tears and Waz. Drock would love to have Robin's Devil Fruit for all the drawing projects. That's a really good point.
Robin's Devil Fruit's the winner for me. I would rather have that than Lightning. Lightning's cool and all, but what do I need to be bulletproof for? Imagine if I could just, like, practice 5 times at the same time or draw on 2 different computers. So many things, but also just, like, spying, this cool reaching stuff. Robin's power is the best.
Waz is like jazz, except for it only makes the Waz sound. And yeah, my heart went out to them too. But there's a lot of people who didn't get read to as a kid.
Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I think this is a fun idea to let me keep working on the long-term project just a little bit at the end of these, while also giving a chance for you to do some live reading.
I think I'd like to live read. Sometimes if we get really lucky, we're going to have a page for a couple of chapters for live reading where a lot of stuff happens. Mm-hmm. And I'll get better at describing and reading. I apologize. I find it Like I get so into the picture and then I remember you can't see the picture, silly rabbit.
And Toei, or not Toei, Shonen Jump is incredibly litigious. You cannot show images of the manga on anything or you will be killed.
Yeah. I'm glad, May Green. I'm glad.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. This is such a blast.
You know what you all are? Goats. You're the goat.
The word greatest means there can only be one, but I'm willing to give the community that.
That's what I'm saying. They're the goats.
Well, okay.
They're a single greatest community together that creates one super hyper goat. The Karen of goats. They're the Karen goats.
All right. I want to know. My objection is not on you guys' quality. It's on the grammar of the statement.
Listen to me right now. I'll make up my own grammar. I'm Shakespeareing this crap.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here. I'm excited to see you around. I just realized this is the wrong shape. I'm going to need to fit. Let's just, so I remember next time. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is such a blast every time. I'm so excited. I think we're going to do another one next week because this is only 19 chapters and it's chapters where, again, I don't think there's much reading in you need to do. So it's going to be probably our simplest episodes since... I think it's just the simplest one we're going to do. I think it's simpler than anything else we've done so far.
I really have enjoyed this one. And I'm so glad that we all got to do it together. I really look forward to this being a boring arc, except for it's a lie because we already have paws for foxes on either side of people.
I didn't say boring. I said you don't have to read into it and you can just read it like a story.
I have a feeling you're a fibber.
I am trying to be fully honest and just let you enjoy this section.
Okay.
You deserve a break after Giant Skypiea. Those are insanely dense with lore and details and secrets.
Oh, God. I actually feel wrung out.
Yeah, you have given so much to these last two arcs. Are you looking forward to the next time we do a tier list and you need to decide whether Alabasta or Skypiea goes higher?
No, it's easy for me. People
Really?
are not going to like my answer.
Is it Skypiea?
Yep.
Shocking. Interesting.
I have reasons.
Look, Skypiea is some people's favorite arc in the series, so I'm not that shocked. It's not one of the ones that's a huge winner, but it, I think, does better in most fan polls than Alabasta, so it's not insanely shocking.
Yeah, I think that you gotta believe in what you believe. And for me, Skypiea, if you're talking about just pure enjoyment, the way that I do my tier lists of the peeps, Skypiea is number one. It really is. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of reasons. I'll list it out, but I cried 4 times today talking about it.
That's a good argument. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Check out that YouTube video, The Ultimate Pokemon. My friend Lucky Lav edited it. They're an old friend from high school. They did a great job, even though we lost half the footage. I think it would have been an incredible video if we had all the footage. Like, I can only imagine what they would have been able to make. And we'll see you here next week. It's going to be a great time. I'm thrilled. I'm excited to have y'all. We're going to get to talk about something that's, unironically, I promise, you don't have to read into. You can just enjoy the fun pirate story. For now, good night, thank you, goodbye, and until next time, it's been lovely talking to you.
Bye, everyone.